Okay, good evening. It is 5:06 p.m. If everybody would please silence your cell phones, we would appreciate it. A quorum of the board members is present in the board auditorium. They are, from my right, Cassandra Ozanne Bandy, Jeanette Garza Lindner, Angela Lamont Flowers, myself, Audrey Momanai, Rolando Martinez, Paula Mendoza, and Adam Ravon, and Ms. Michelle Cruz Arnold and Mr. Campo are joining us via Zoom. Before we start this evening, I'd like to recognize Mr. Miles, who has a short statement on behalf of the district about the recent loss of one of our students.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, staff members, community members present. I want to begin by acknowledging that this has been a tough 2 days for the HISD community, in particular the Marshall Middle School community. We're devastated by the loss of a student at Marshall Middle School, and our deepest sympathies and condolences go out to the parents and the family. We're thankful for the quick thinking and actions of our school employees, the school nurse, the police officers, as well as the swift response from the EMS, the emergency medical teams, and Houston's fire department that responded to our 911 call. We stand alongside Marshall Middle School community. We have deployed resources and counseling to support all those impacted. We're continuing to gather information about the medical emergency and tragic loss. And at this time, I would like to give us a short pause for a moment of silence to honor the student whose life ended way too soon. The Marshall Middle School community is grieving, and so are other families in our district who have experienced loss. And so we grieve with them as well. Every child's life is precious, whether they go to HISD or not, and we know that. My team and I are honored to serve and educate our city's children every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. We will now be joined by a member of the Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps to lead our pledges, and I would like to ask Board Member Cassandra Ozanne Bandy to please introduce tonight's pledge leader.
Thank you. Cadet Major Xavier Gutierrez is a senior at Milby High School and has demonstrated academic excellence and leadership in his 3 years in the Army JROTC program. He served as the Training and Operations Officer for 2 years and is now the program's battalion commander. He is ranked 19th out of 507 students with a grade point average of 4.3. He is class secretary and serves as president in several school organizations. Cadet Gutierrez is a member of the National Honor Society, History Honor Society, and the English Honor Society, as well as the University Interscholastic League Academics and JROTC rifle teams at Milby. He is passionate about serving the community and volunteers with several organizations, including Houston Food Bank and East End Communities, accumulating over 200 hours of service. Upon graduation, he plans to attend Rice University and major in chemical engineering. With the goal of pursuing a career in medicinal chemistry. Cadet Gutierrez.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of the Board of Education, please join me in rising to observe a moment of silent meditation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and pledge to the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. You may be seated.
Thank you, Cadet Gutierrez, and best of luck. I'd like to recognize some elected officials in the audience this evening. I see two of our trustees. If y'all want to stand and be recognized. Thank you for being with us this evening. We will now hear from our registered speakers. We'll begin with public officials, followed by student speakers both in person and on Zoom, and then we will hear from in-person speakers both at that time to both agenda and hearing of the community, followed by all remaining Zoom speakers. Please note that Spanish live captioning is available for those viewing the meeting via live stream, and live Spanish interpretation is available in person in the auditorium. Public comment during school board meetings will only be available to those persons who have signed up to speak prior to the meeting time per current protocol. Verbal and other disruptions by persons during the school board meetings are not acceptable, as they inhibit the board's ability to conduct business and the public's ability to observe those processes. Persons who participate in such behavior will be given one warning, and if the behavior is repeated, they will be asked to leave the meeting. This evening, we have more than 30 folks signed up as registered speakers, and each person will be limited to 1 minute each per board policy, as we have more than 30 people signed up. We ask that you please stay on topic and refrain from naming individuals, especially students, as their identity is protected under the law, but you may name your own child. I ask that you please respect our protocols and the other speakers and those who are joining us on Zoom, and end your comments promptly when your time has expired and the timer rings. Please identify yourself and your topic when you step to the microphone. Can our trustees, I believe Mr. Gomez, are you signed up to speak? Please, come on. Thanks.
Well, that was quite an impressive resume from Cadet Gutierrez. Congratulations to all your work. Certainly have a bright future. To add to that resume, I also noticed he's a participant of the Escuelita program. And I had the pleasure last Saturday of attending the graduation from this program called Escuelita, which is a group of high school students who voluntarily attend Saturday school sessions to learn about Chicano history, art, and college access. During the ceremony, we did a gallery walk of student artwork that was pretty inspiring. One of them was a painting of a silhouette of a student being pulled in two different directions to symbolize who he wants to be, battling against who others want him to be. Another showed a student's path from his neighborhood to the University of Texas that was not straightforward, and it was aided by community support. And the students' work made me think of three questions that I'd like to ask y'all. Number one, is our value for the arts reflected in the district's presentations about student outcomes? Number two, since we know that AI is coming, should we be putting more emphasis on what makes us humans feel emotion? And finally, how can you show us, the community, that students are learning ways to express themselves in creative mediums? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moore?
Everyone that's a believer, continue to pray for the family at Marshall Middle School. Today I went to 2 Sunrise Centers. I'm asking everyone in my community to utilize them. They were able to give me bus passes for a young lady that has transportation issues to get from 5th Ward to West Side. So I appreciate Barbara Roberts and Francisco Riviera. I'm excited for tomorrow. I can take my gloves off for 5 seconds. Salute to Mr. Miles, executive directors, the teachers, the students at Wheatley, and the principal of QB King, because I'm excited about their rating tomorrow. We know that we're going to check the block and the exit criteria to get us close to, an elected board of trustees. I'm also asking that the HISD consider renaming secondary DAEP for Sheila Jackson Lee for the contributions that she's done for 18 congressional and advocating for students in my neighborhood. I'm also asking that tonight you vote in favor of the North Forest Barn. My predecessor, Captain Booker Daniels, has been advocating for this for the last 3 years. It's imperative that the underserved community have another option for a career pathway. And I agree lastly with Mr. Campo. Let's remove adult politics and remember that each and every one are neighbors. And so when you hear the 60 speakers tonight, remember they're your neighbor. So listen to their concerns and change if you can. God bless you and God bless HISD.
Thank you. Our last public official is Jackie Giorgio. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. Jackie Giorgio, Bel Air City Council, Position 6. I'm glad it's you up there, by the way, and not me. But it has come to my attention, or it is evident to me and the constituents of the city of Bel Air that HISD is struggling to do their job adequately in our city. The upkeep of HISD properties and the landscaping in our city is quite literally atrocious. And following of our ordinance is apparently a joke to HISD. The public and private properties around HISD are immaculate, and Episcopal High School across the street from the Bel Air High School field shines like a shining beacon next to the negligence of HISD. It further has come to my attention that there was no running water at Bel Air High School fields for some time, and that there were a couple of days of schools here recently where classrooms are at 85 degrees or higher. I don't have to tell you guys, you know it. These are safety and health and safety hazards, and they're unacceptable. So my question to you is, why are you unable to do your job? I'm sorry to take a few moments. Is that okay?
We have 1 minute, so if you'll wrap it up, that'd be great. Thank you.
Pay our taxes, the majority of it goes to you, and the students do their job. Most of the schools in Bel Air, the city of Bel Air are either number one or at the top ranked academically. So we are wondering what is it that is happening to HIC that is making you have such low regard for us and our families and our students? Because there is a petition coming out soon by the residents to ask us, the city of Bel Air, to take the ISD within the city of the schools that reside within our city. So I'm just asking for you guys to understand that we're trying to do a job also. We need you to be part of the solution and not part of the problem. Because it would actually be my great pleasure to take those schools, those families, those ball players, and give them what they need and deserve as our hometown schools.
Thank you. We will now turn over to student speakers, individuals who've identified themselves as students when they checked in this evening. And our first student speaker is Luca Candida. I think he's checked in. No? Okay. Let's move on. Eliana Gottlieb. Yes,
Good
ma'am.
evening. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Eliana Gottlieb, and I'm an 8th grader at Meyerland. Tonight, I'm here to speak to the voters and taxpayers of Houston and voice my opposition to the proposed HISD bond in the November election. This bond is taxation without representation, a principle of our nation fought against in its founding. As you know, our elected board was replaced by a state-appointed superintendent and a board of managers. While they may have good intentions, they were not chosen by you, the voters and taxpayers of Houston. Yet now, they ask you to approve over $4 billion in new debt. Major financial decisions like this should be made by officials accountable to the people. Until democratic control of HISD is restored, Houston should not grant unelected officials the power to burden you with additional taxes. I'm not old enough to vote, obviously, but I urge my fellow citizens of Houston to vote no against this bond and to send a clear message. No taxation without representation, and no trust, no bond. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rose Hurley. Student speaker Rose Hurley. Rose Hurley? I think she's checked in. All right, Rose, you're going to have to bring that microphone down a little bit. Can you help her? Do you mind? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rose Hurley. I'm in 3rd grade at Askew Elementary. The team center feels like a bad thing to go to. Once we finish our worksheet, we have to sit there and wait until everyone is done. It feels like the worksheets are just to keep us busy. I would learn more if I was learning with my teachers because I can't teach myself everything, and everyone in my class wants the library back. A lot of my favorite teachers left because of all of the changes. And bringing the cones to the bathroom is awful. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Are you one of our speakers?
Yes,
Okay. What's your name?
Lainey Piper.
Okay. Come on up, Lainey. Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Lainey Piper, and I have been at HISD since kindergarten. If one of your goals is to increase reading scores, why did you take away the school libraries and librarian? My librarian was amazing and helped me learn to love to read. I am very sad that my little sister will not have a librarian to help her in the same way. I have always loved school and I was very excited to start on Monday. But now I'm not excited anymore because now school feels rushed and not fun. The timers are stressful and distracting and I have a hard time focusing. The team center is boring and it makes me want to get bad grades on my DOL so I don't have to go. The bathroom cones are very unsanitary. How do you know if everyone's washing their hands? My new teachers are nice, but I really miss all of my old teachers that did not come back this year because of the way you treated them last year. NES isn't working. Something needs to change. Do better.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rosalie Longoria. All right, go ahead, sweetie.
Hi, my name is Rosalie Longoria, and I'm in 4th grade. I go to school at Helms Elementary, and today I'm going to read the words of a Spanish-speaking student who can unfortunately not be here tonight. Hola, soy Kimberly Rivera, y soy estudiante en la primavera NEF. Primero, el aire acondicionado de los autobuses no funcionan bien. Esto hace...
I'm going to pause, sweetie, I'm going to pause you for a second. Are you speaking only in Spanish? Yeah, okay, hold on one second. We're going to start over, and we're going to get a translator up here if we can. Oh, you want to do it? Okay, let's refresh. Let's start over, sorry. I didn't realize it was all speaking in Spanish.
Just start from primero.
Okay.
Primero, el aire acondicionado de los autobuses no funciona bien. Esto que hace muy incómodo para todos Mientras esperamos, los niños pequeños vienen a llorar porque está muy calor.
First, the air conditioning on the buses does not work well. This makes it very uncomfortable for everyone as we wait. Small children are crying in the heat, and she's speaking on behalf of a student from NEF.
También cuando salíamos de la escuela nos dicen que no podemos subir a cualquier autobús, lo que ha causado mucha confusión. Muchos padres están preocupados porque sus hijos no llegan a la parada correcta.
When we leave school, we are told we can get on any bus, which has caused a lot of confusion. Many parents are worried because their children are not getting to the right stop.
Los nombres de los autobuses en nuestros carteles están equivocados. Yo quiero llegar a mi casa y de manera segura, entonces yo no hice caso a las instrucciones y le puede llegar a mi casa, entonces problemas están causando mucho y preocupación a las madres de NEF. Espero que puedan jugar pronto. Gracias.
The bus names on our signs are wrong.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Candida. We need a translator, please. Okay, are we ready? All ready? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Hola, mi nombre es Luca Candida. Me preocupa que los miembros de la Junta no están mirando lo correcto cuando deciden si están haciendo un buen trabajo o no.
I'm worried. Hi, my name is Luca Candida. I'm worried that the members of the board are not looking at the correct things when they're deciding if they're doing a good job or not.
En mi opinión, están fallando.
In my opinion, they're failing.
Ayer renunció uno de mis maestros favoritos. Señor Sandoval es amado y respetado por todos los estudiantes, padres y maestros que lo conocen. Es una gran pérdida para nuestra escuela.
Yesterday, one of my favorite teachers quit. Mr. Sandoval is loved and respected by all the students, parents, and teachers that know him. It's a great loss for our school.
Estoy muy triste. Queremos que los buenos profesores se queden, pero debido a las malas acciones de señor Miles, quieren irse.
I am very sad. We would like for the good teachers to stay, but due to the bad actions of Mr. Miles, they want to leave.
Merecemos miembros de la Junta Directiva que escuchan y tomen decisiones que realmente
We deserve to have members of the board that listen and that make decisions that really help. Please do so.
Thank you. Okay, our next student speakers, oh, you got them. If you want to admit them, Ms. Sage Bittner.
Makes a copy.
My name is Adina Sage Bittner, a fifth grader at a non-NES school, speaking on item 6. Defined in that autonomy divides HISD even more by punishing schools with lower test scores. But kids are more than their test scores. His harsh rules, like forcing scripted lessons and banning activities that build a positive classroom culture, are hurting teachers, kids, teachers, and parents. Mike Miles sucks the joy out of learning. Like Dolores Umbridge from Harry Potter, Mike Miles has taken over our schools, ignored us, and punished those who speak up. Governor Abbott and TEA Commissioner Morath are like Voldemort, giving Miles the power to take over, and the division superintendents are like Death Eaters, creating a scary and threatening community for teachers and students. But this isn't a story. It's real life. I'm asking the Board of Managers to fire Mike Miles. Let's make our schools places where we can learn and grow, not places of fear and control. No trust, no bond.
Thank you. Our next speaker I have is Naya Duart.
Naya is not going to be speaking, so you can go on to Suhani.
Okay, Suhani. Thank you.
This week, hundreds of HISD students had to scramble to figure out what buses to take to get to school. Their parents had to call HISD transportation and get no answer. They were told they could get on any bus to get home. A student at Neff Elementary said his school felt like chaos because students were unsure how to get home. My question is, why would you cut the bus routes and then act like it would not have an impact on us, the students? Your website said you would update with information by July, but there was no information there. You fired school custodians and PTOs had to mow the grass. If Mike Miles is the one calling the shots, what damage could he do with $4.4 billion? I don't think the voters in Houston should take the risk and find out. No trust, no books, no buses, no bond.
Thank you. Ms. Smith, does that conclude our student speakers? Okay. If we can get our first 10 speakers to come on up, if possible, that'd be great. And our first speaker is Sarah Mahler. There's some seats reserved in the front for folks. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Sarah Maller. I'm a mother, a PTO gardener, because I have to also cut my kids' school's grass, parent of a kindergartner and second grader students at HISD. I'm here on behalf of HISD students because I believe every single child deserves access to high-quality public education. Mr. Miles is a master misrepresenting data. For example, STAR's third grade reading scores. Based on all student scores, only white and Asian students were the ones that showed growth. We want to see growth for all of our students equally. And removing our certified teachers and principals last year can only exacerbate this discrepancy. Speaking of removing staff, after the hurricane, parent volunteers and the help of our single campus janitor cleaned up a giant pine tree that fell across our covered breezeway. We did our part, but the district has done nothing. The breezeway has not been repaired, and our students are walking through the rain to get to class. Additionally, parents spent the weekend cleaning up after the derecho. I was here. That pile of debris is still sitting in our campuses, not been picked up by HISD. Board of Managers, please hold our superintendent accountable, not for me, but for our students. No trust.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sheila Whitford. Ms. Whitford? Of course.
My comments are only directed to board members. My name is Sheila Whitford. I'm a taxpayer. I have voted yes for Houston ISD school bonds since 1990. However, I do not currently see a fiscally responsible board. Library books removed from how many schools? Where are the books? And where is the paper trail for these books? The first fiscal mistake. Second, the alleged transfer of HISD funds to Colorado. This could not have happened without board knowledge. I want to apologize to the children in Houston schools who need this bond, but I will vote no for this bond. Our children do not have responsible people handling their money.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Lisa Robinson. Yes, ma'am.
The defined autonomy policy is separate and unequal. A fourth grader at Pew is bored to tears reading slide decks while his cousin at River Oaks visits her school library to check out a book of their choice. A freshman at Westbury only reads short passages in English class, while her neighbor at Lamar discusses full novels in preparation for college-level work. A middle schooler at Fondren completes her DOL and has to go to the Team Center to fill out more worksheets, while her best friend at Lanier works on inquiry-based projects with his classmates. A first grader at Longfellow sits in a sterile classroom in the name of limiting distractions, while his brother at Twain enjoys the benefits of a warm and nurturing space. The education that these two groups of students are receiving is not only separate and unequal, but also morally wrong. Board of Managers, correct the course that HISD is on before additional harm comes to our NES students. No.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tia James Glenn. Yes, ma'am.
Well, usually I'm here with my daughter, but she says she can't be here. And why can't she be here, you might ask? Because she's exhausted. She is exhausted, and she's also asthmatic. The dance classroom at Crockett Elementary is currently 81 degrees with 5 different fans. There has been no portable ACs even offered. She had one last year, so this AC problem has been going on for a very long time with no resolution. I'm here because we have emailed everyone that is responsible for Crockett Elementary. including the Senior Executive Director of Support, Senior Executive Director and Division Lead, Executive Director of Feeder, Senior Executive Director of Unit, and our Division Superintendent, who has not responded to any of us at all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Williams.
Distinct pleasure.
Go ahead.
I had the distinct pleasure of speaking before the Public House Committee on Monday and Tuesday. I'm done asking you all to do the right thing. We're escalating it to Austin. And we're going to get some changes done here in HISD because, as you say, children can't wait. We have given you all a year to do the right thing, and we're done. We're done. So, with that, I want to talk about this student code of conduct. It is the most poorly written code of conduct that I have seen in my 25 years. It negates the students' rights, the parents' rights, in favor of the district. I urge you all, 5 of you all, to actually look into it and compare it to last year's students' code of conduct. But as I close, we'll see you in August.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tisha Mays. Yes, ma'am. Hold on a second. I think the mic's not on. Is it on?
Concerns at Crockett Elementary. Last year, I volunteered in the dance class on numerous occasions, and the AC was broken, and it was unbearable. Despite transitioning to NES with supposed better resources, the dance room is still 82 degrees, forcing our children to have class in the hallway. This year, not only is the dance room affected, but also choir room and the art room. This is absolutely unacceptable. Students this year are now required to carry large traffic cones to the restroom, cones that are bigger than some of the kids. What's the sense behind this? We've also received no communication about what dyads will be offered this year, leaving us in the dark. During Meet the Teacher, we saw new spin bikes. Why weren't these funds used to fix the AC? Our priority should be creating a cool, consistent environment where children and teachers can thrive. Please do better.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brooke Longoria.
Hi, my name is Brooke Longoria, and I'm speaking to 3rd grade STAR scores. When I look at all the STAR scores, any small gains made came at too high a cost. They came during a time when books are banned in HISD. Think about that. You are a part of history where novels are banned in Houston, and not just a few books that ruffle conservative feathers. All books at 130 schools, plus the many more who conform strictly to NES curriculum. Those students are only reading test prep passages. Truly, I don't understand how you can face your school communities. Is this the type of education you want for your own children and grandchildren? It can't be. Please do something to help Houston children and reverse the book ban. In 2 years, thousands of students have left HISD and rejected Superintendent Miles' new education system model. Expanding NES without understanding the enrollment ramifications further proves that HISD is unprepared for a bond. No books, no bond.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Raquel Dow. Raquel Dow? No? I think she's checked in as number 9. Speaker number 9? Oh, I'm sorry, I did skip. Ms. Lazowski?
Check?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Rules for thee, but not for me. Superintendent Miles has been extremely critical of previous administrations for using one-time dollars on reoccurring costs. Yet here we are with a policy change on the consent agenda that will allow him to do the same. Rules for thee, but not for me. During the May 23rd budget workshop, when discussing property sales, a manager said, and I quote, "I may have pushed our CFO in this direction, and I said to him we should sell all these buildings immediately." However, when community members reach out to managers about concerns we most times hear, that is not in our governance lane. The precedent has now been set for the board to step outside the governance lane. I encourage you all to embrace this. Finally, I am assuming that there is a conflict of interest policy regarding property sales. However, we know too well that policies are easily changed. I ask that all entities partially or fully owned and/or governed by Rick Campo be excluded from participating in any of the budgeted property sales process. No trust, no bond.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Raquel Dow. Is she here now? No? Yes, ma'am. Is that you? What's your name? Come on up. Yes, ma'am.
To speak on behalf of a community member who is unable to be here today. She writes, "Good afternoon, Mr. Miles and the Board of Managers. HISD is in crisis and we need to revive our district. Mr. Miles, your reputation precedes you from Colorado Springs to Dallas and now here in Houston. You've left a trail of destruction. But we will not stand by silently. We will raise our voices as others have before us to expose the damage that you all have done. You've eliminated qualified administrators, teachers, and essential programs, stripping our district of the resources our students desperately need. We see no evidence or plan for how you're spending state and federal funds, including Title I and Title III. You have failed to address the needs of HISD, and the Board of Managers have failed to hold you accountable. We will not be silent. We will continue to grow in strength and
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Our next speaker is Coretta Mallant-Fontenot.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Coretta Mallant-Fontenot, and I'm here to say this. Teachers have been back in the classroom for only a couple of weeks now, yet the F. Mike Miles' reign of educational terror has continued on its disastrous path from the last year. According to HISD's own website, at one point, there were 10,000 positions unfilled, yet we're supposed to believe that all of those positions have been filled with appropriately licensed educators. It's so bad that parents are calling the HFT office because their child was missing from school and was not put on the correct bus. I wonder if this has anything to do with the fact that F. Mike Miles, in his infinite wisdom, decided to terminate bus drivers en masse. This is yet another example of his terrible leadership and decision-making skills. If he can't be trusted to have enough staff to get our kids home safely, he certainly can't be trusted with billions of dollars. No trust, no bond.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marcy Jones. Yes, ma'am. I don't think your mic's on. Hold on. Is it on?
Hello.
There you go.
There you go.
Go ahead.
Okay. So it's been exhausting. First week of school, my kids are back. And why am I here? Because we're not stopping until you are gone. Some of the latest stats, over an 8% decline in enrollment at NES schools, almost a 3% decline in enrollment at non-NES schools, a 5% decline in enrollment in HISD overall. Where are these kids going? They're running for the hills to get away from your backwards and vicious approach to educating children, leaving for charter schools, private schools, other districts, homeschooling. Can you believe that? More stats. 43% of teachers left since last year, and sure, you can cook your numbers and say 25% to right size, but we all know that you're a masterful data manipulator. 150 principal departures since you arrived last June. Some called voluntary, but we know they were fired. We heard from them last weekend. I heard from them. They were forced out, especially in the West Division. West is not best. So here we are, a brand new year, 9,000 students left. Mike Miles and the Board of Managers are getting an A+ and a gold star and tearing apart our district. No
Thank you,
trust, no
ma'am.
bond.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dawn Elliott. And if our speakers 13 through 23 or so wouldn't mind coming forward. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Elliott, go ahead.
My name is Dawn Elliott, and I have 2 children in HISD. I have spent close to a decade volunteering almost daily in schools, in many capacities. I'm concerned about agenda item number 22. The board has and continues to make corrupt decisions, like co-locate schools to avoid having to follow proper procedures to close them, waste millions of taxpayer dollars that should have gone directly to students desperately in need, and refuse to provide transparency on so many levels. You have repeatedly lied to our community and gone against promises made. Please explain why taxpayers should be willing to trust this board to sell property owned by the very public education system you seem so determined to destroy. I am asking you to remove the sale of real estate from consideration until this board proves that it can actually hear the Houston community, allow flourishing schools to continue to do so unimpeded, and make prudent financial decisions, including equitable per-student funding. No trust, no bond.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Greg Carrier.
This administration uses the phrase student outcomes to mean nothing more than test scores. Consider what student outcomes would mean if we would define it with the help of students. In a draft Student Bill of Rights, youth have stated, quote, "The right to a free public education shall not be denied, and to that end other rights must be secured." And the youth go on with a list. For example, youth have stated their need for a right to housing, and for a right to employment to support themselves while in school, and for a right to high-quality school facilities. But this administration, especially you, this administration has laid off specialists who could connect families to rent assistant programs. And instead of educational job programs for youth, you fund superintendent convocations in out-of-state private schools. And instead of building trust in facility funding, you've caused lifelong public education supporters to declare no trust, no bond, because you would use funds for evil instead of good. Adults need to listen carefully and consider what youth tell us are the student outcomes that we ought to be paying attention to when measuring whether students have quality education.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Pamela Boveland. Dr. Boveland.
And I am speaking on behalf of Dr. Hoffman. The DOI proposal that you're voting to approve is filled with inaccurate and misleading claims that unlicensed and inexperienced teachers outperform licensed ones, among other lies. These inaccuracies have been detailed in a document that was provided for you in April, and again this week, complete with full text copies of the cited articles, so you can verify for yourselves. Madam President, if you were to submit a brief to court with even half of the misrepresented inaccurate citations contained in this document, you would face reprimand from the judge and possible disbarment. In voting to accept this plan, this false and fraudulent claim, you are actively participating in and condoning fraud. And you are personally liable for the harm that is being done by this administration, and it is shameful. No trust, no bond.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Sister Mama Sonia Lucas Roberts.
Mama Sonia, Jack Yates, class of 1974. Ignore us, misuse us, y'all never listen to us. Y'all don't really care about us. Our scholars, F. Mike Miles, Board of Managers, I wish I could say welcome back, but it's a new year, it's the same old, SOS. Taxation without representation, uncertified teachers overload, firings of the respected principals, teachers, counselors, wraparound specialists, custodians, I'm trying to remember everybody, anyone who cares, reassignment of teachers less than 24 hours before school starts, disrespect of those who are charged to represent us. And the bus situation, heinous. I was in Arlington, Texas, and that's all they could ask me about. What's going on down there? We don't trust you, so you don't get no bond from us. We don't, y'all don't. Y'all don't really care about us. And rest in peace and love, the student.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ellen Walter.
from my VIPS application telling me everything the district believes and I need to help them with. We believe that instruction should be customized and personalized to meet the learning needs for each individual child, including students with disabilities, gifted and talented students, and English language learners, so they have the support and opportunity they need to flourish. In the NES system, this means worksheets for GT students and a PowerPoint for all. These reading star results for English language learners in 2019 for third grade approaches or above percentile was 68, now it's 48. For fourth grade in 2019 was 57, now it's 48. And third grade math approaches was 70%, now it's 58. And fourth grade 2019 was 63%, now it's 53. This is not flourishing. Provide for all students. No trust, no bond.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Allison Chapin. Not quite. Let's try again.
Try again?
There you go.
Oh, there we go. Hi, my name is Allison Chapin, and I am reading a message from a parent who could not be here. Good afternoon. My name is Marlon Osorio. I've been a mom here in HISD for 17 years, and I am so angry to see how the system is failing our kids. My son saw several of his teachers leave, not just them, but also his principal, and he wasn't allowed to say goodbye to them one last time, and he wasn't allowed to tell her how grateful he was for having her. Why do you put young children through this? Also, your bus system is a total fail. How in the world is it okay for you to tell kids to get on any bus as long as they're on one? On top of it, the bus is circulating without any AC. And not just the buses, but several classes. All of this just to show how angry and sad you are at the world and decide not to take it out on kids. We want you out.
Thank you, Ms. Chapin. Our next speaker is Esther Uribe. Yes, ma'am.
Esther Uribe. Remember me? I'm back. Last year I told my kids that even if I couldn't be their librarian, I would still fight for them to have a library. I couldn't come to last week's board meeting because of Meet the Teacher Night at my new school in A-Leaf. Guess who came to my library that night? My superintendent. And you want to know what he said? Thank you for being here. Your work is important. Libraries lay the foundation of literacy. He gets it. My superintendent values me, but more importantly, he values students and literacy. He wants kids to become readers, and he understands the best way to do that is to put actual books into the hands of students. What a concept! Mr. Miles could learn a thing or two from Dr. Mays. Our kids need books, libraries, and librarians. Our educators need to feel valued. If we can't trust a superintendent with these basic fundamentals of education, how can we trust him with a $4.5 billion bond?
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Christy Brewer. Ms. Brewer, yes, ma'am.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Christy Michelle Brewster, your retired school nurse. Want to thank you for attempting to update the school medication administration policy that's listed in the agenda item. But before we can medicate them at school, we got to get them to school. What's up with the bus issue? Whose uncle is running this software program that I'm paying for? Why did y'all cut the bus routes and increase the miles for eligibility? What? Who sent the right child's bus route info to the wrong parent or guardian? Do you know that might have been a pedophile or a trafficker that you have contacted? And why my children are walking through debris? We were in this very room in May when everything went up. I cleaned my property. I bet you had yours cleaned. Why you didn't do it for my other property, the schools? We can't trust you to do health and safety. In the meantime, in between time, get it together. No bond, no trust.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Smith is going to have to call the next speaker, please.
Number 20, Carrie McInerney. 2330, could you come to the front, please?
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm a parent. I have two children that are currently at HISD, and I have been watching and waiting and hoping very patiently that the current board and the administration would do better by our kids. I believe in public education. I've seen the STAR test results that just came out. I've seen that the ELA scores are higher in some areas, but I also was shocked to learn that the NES curriculum for the ELA does not include any full book reading or study. It doesn't even allow it in those schools. I also was shocked again to learn that even non-NES schools are implementing the same curriculum and prohibiting classes from teaching and studying full novels. This applies all the way through elementary and middle school. I have a question for you. Does that even satisfy the Texas Education Agency regulations under Rule 110.5 and through 7 and 110.22 through 24? I don't think it does. And maybe if you want to tell yourself, in any event, I'm asking the district to do better for these students. Thank you for your time. No books, no bond.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Terrell. Yes, ma'am.
When you approved Miles' new budget, you signed off on $80 million in property sales without knowing what properties would be sold, where the numbers came from, or seeing any appraisals. That $80 million balances the general budget, so now you must retrofit HISD policy to allow this. Why would our existing policy not allow money from property sales to be spent generally, but only on capital projects? Because previous boards were presenting the sale of the family jewels to fund an expensive new lifestyle, like the NES lifestyle. You have a fiduciary duty to the citizens whose money and assets you spend. Safeguarding assets is a basic internal control, like not putting one person in charge of both finance and operations. But it seems your duty is really only one thing: to shower Miles with praise at the end of the meeting.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Denise Wilborn. Denise Wilborn. Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Is my mic on?
It is. Go ahead.
August 12th, 2024, Mario Diaz, KPRC. Drivers say some Houston ISD buses carrying children with special needs do not have working air conditioners. Multiple drivers say concerns are not being addressed. Your response to Mr. Diaz, Mr. Miles, on the 12th, I hadn't heard that as a problem, so I'm sure it's not a big issue. But if it's a specific issue, I would ask the bus drivers to speak with their dispatcher, because we have extra buses, and that is part of the pre-driving check that they are supposed to go through. The drivers stated to Mr. Diaz, they let the appropriate personnel know last week. TEA website, HISD mission statement. The board will improve outcomes for HISD students by representing the values and vision of the community and by providing oversight to ensure that the vision and values are being honored. And today's agenda packet, item page 22, constraint 2. The superintendent shall not allow ineffective supports, systems, and processes for students.
Thank you, Ms. Wilborn.
Special education services
Ma'am,
across the district to negatively improve IEP development. No,
your time is up. Wrap it up, please. You will. Your time is up, so if you'll wrap it up in the next 10 seconds, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. Today's agenda packet item, page 22, constraint 2. The superintendent shall not allow the ineffective supports, systems, and processes
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Diana Candida.
We only have 1 minute each, and we want to read something long. I'm starting it, and then she's
Okay,
continuing.
that's fine.
Okay. I'm Diana Candida, pro student. I'm reading, with the teacher's permission, an excerpt from his letter explaining why he resigned yesterday. This move was not spontaneous. It had been building up for some time after the state takeover. The immense pressure and, in my opinion, unreasonable expectations from the district have taken their toll on many teachers, including myself. There is never enough time during the day to complete the tasks necessary to meet minimum expectations, much less to go above and beyond, which your child deserves. All this pressure has created a very toxic environment in our school that feels something akin to a police state. For my part, this has affected my health, as the stress and anxiety have elevated my blood pressure and feelings of shortness of breath because the hours at night are not enough to complete detailed lesson plans, reports with analyzed data, paperwork for different programs, inventories, and so on. It was very sad to walk around the school these first few days with almost no teachers smiling. Our community doesn't deserve to be treated this way. We have very good programs.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. One second, just let the microphone.
Is it on?
Try again? Yeah.
Okay, continuing the teacher's letter. I believe our community doesn't deserve to be treated this way. I believe we deserve better, to be treated with dignity. This was sent yesterday to me by my kid's teacher. And thank you for helping me read it, because I want to tell you what I think about this letter. And can I please have 100% participation from the board? I need 100% participation. I'm waiting. Ms. Flowers, could I please have your attention? Thank you.
Please go ahead.
At this school, last year, my kid was at a school with zero autonomy. It was an NES school. And my kids lost their teachers, and they had uncertified replacements throughout the year. Now we're at a school with the highest possible autonomy, and my kid just lost his teacher. The children cannot win with Mike Miles in charge. The man's incompetence as a superintendent is harming my kids and all of our kids. We need a bond. So send him back to Colorado.
Thank you, ma'am.
Before November. I'm going to finish. I'm so close to being done.
Go ahead.
Send him back to Colorado before November. Establish real trust with the community. Please listen. Don't look away. And let's get the bond that we really do need and get our teachers back. It's a 2-for-1 deal.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Erin Piper. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Erin Piper, and today I'm speaking on Agenda Item 1. The presented data show that over the past 2 years, scores from NES schools increased, while scores for non-NES schools decreased in almost all demographics. At first glance, one might think that NES as a whole is working at increasing scores, but if that's true, then why the decrease in scores for non-NES schools? Could it possibly be because the district pushed unproven curriculum and burdensome policies to non-NES schools across the district last year that actually ended up hurting those schools? You know what didn't get pushed to non-NES schools across the district last year? One-to-one technology resources and additional staff in the classrooms, which are the only 2 good things that NES actually does provide to schools. Those things are what is making the difference in increasing test scores, not these unproven changes being pushed across the district that are causing veteran educators to leave in droves. How about instead of continuing to push these harmful NES policies across the district, you actually provide the resources our historically underfunded schools desperately need and watch them thrive? No trust, no bond.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christine Hurley. Yes, ma'am.
I'm on the board of the ASCU PTO, and this spring, after learning we would become NES this fall, we met with West Division leadership, Stout, Vasquez, and Williams. During that meeting, Stout had to ask her assistant what grades were even at ASCU because apparently making over $200,000 a year doesn't require you to know anything about the schools you're supposed to be in charge of. She had never even set foot inside ASCU until after our meeting with her, and that was so she could threaten our principal because if he was giving us the right messaging, she wouldn't have to deal with angry PTO moms. But she certainly did brag in our meeting about sending resources to her school after a beloved teacher unexpectedly passed last fall, but she couldn't be bothered to go herself. Our bilingual teacher of the year was the angel who broke the news to those precious first graders that their teacher was dead. That same teacher of the year was then suspended that spring and removed from our school for over a week because of a poster she made meant to encourage students during testing, but district administrators inferred to be negative about NES. Stout wanted her fired. Why? Fear, retaliation, the hallmarks of this leadership. You're a group of power-hungry bullies who care nothing about children. Your own
Thank you, ma'am.
must be so embarrassed of you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lil Silva.
Hi, I'm Liz Silva. I was actually going to take this week off, but then I remembered there aren't any days off in NES. And also, I can't be voice level 0, and I know how much Rick loves adult noise. I've heard so many students and parents stand up here and tell you about their experiences with NES, and y'all are so empathetic. But now it's my child that has an experience. This kid gets straight A's, loves school, and came home in tears on his first day. He said he did packet after packet after packet, went to the team center every single time, and was met with more packets. Y'all put a dent in his love of learning on the first day of school. Why don't any of y'all's kids go to NES schools? We have school choice here in Houston. You can go anywhere you want. Y'all chose non-NES, and that speaks volumes. Your kids are watching. History is gonna paint you all as villains. Y'all should be so embarrassed. And just for fun, history is the ultimate scoreboard. No bond under Miles.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Corey Flores.
My kids had their first day of school today. Before you have a coronary calculating the money lost due to their absences, let me clarify, you're losing a lot more. My kids left HISD. While you'll miss the money you make off them, I know this is your plan, to push families like mine out. Families with engaged parents who can advocate for students. Families who have resources and can make time to invest in children's education. Without us, your destruction will be more efficient, right? Wrong. I'm not going anywhere. My children are in a more stable environment now, but not everyone has this option, and I'm committed to the students and teachers still in HISD. I'm raising my kids to believe true things, like all children deserve quality education, and that public education is the backbone of our democracy, economy, society, and our soul. They will take up the cause when I no longer can. To the delusional board who last week congratulated each other with saccharine and contrived smiles on cherry-picked games.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to wrap up. I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
Right after people who actually know what is going on with their eyes have told you that your house full of children is on fire, it was unacceptable.
Ma'am, this is your warning.
Enrollment is down 13,000 students since June.
Ma'am, this is your first warning, and if you continue to talk, I'm going to have to ask you to please leave the room. Our next speaker is Tracy Riley.
Good evening. I'm here this evening to ask you to please not change the board agenda item 22, sale of property, until you understand the ramifications. You expanded the NES without having the information you needed. You abdicated your financial responsibilities, and early enrollment numbers for NES schools are looking very bad. People do not want their kids in NES schools. People who can are running away from it like a bad smell. You have no evidence that this is what parents are looking for. I'm pointing this out because it shows a lack of reality in your vote casting. It seems like you're following a process without fully considering the consequences and using Lone Star governance as a cover for this approach. Delegating authority and selling property to fund this bloated bureaucracy is a terrible idea. Ask Rice Gardner when they come up. They're experts. They know. No one else is doing this. Just last week, our CFO/COO, the sponsor of this item, wasn't even aware that campus debris removal expenses were fully reimbursable. There is clear evidence that you need to pause and reassess. Be courageous for kids.
Thank you, ma'am.
No trust, no vote.
Our next speaker is Sarah Rivlin. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, and if you can pull it down a little bit, I think it'll help.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, and you can even push the, yep, there you go.
that?
That would be
Okay.
better. Yep.
Good?
Go ahead.
Okay. Miles boasted to teachers last week that he doesn't actually listen to board meeting speakers. Instead, he just counts the, quote, fallacies. Makes sense that someone so adept at the art of the fallacy would be so preoccupied with them. If Miles isn't listening, is the board? Look at their faces. It's interesting that someone appointed to the Bond Advisory Committee is a certified master practitioner of hypnotherapy. Don't worry, I screenshotted it. Hypnotherapy is used to help people cope with pain. Psychology today describes it as a trance-like state of diminished peripheral awareness and heightened suggestibility. I know a woman who practiced self-hypnosis to prepare for childbirth. Going against your own conscience can also be quite painful. Look at their faces and tell me that they are present with us in this room. I think our complaints that they aren't listening are well-founded. No listening, no bond.
Our next speaker is Michaela Pretium. And if our speakers 32 through 41 wouldn't mind coming forward, that would be appreciated. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Michaela Pretium. I'm speaking on behalf of the plague of the AC issues throughout HISD. I'm the mother of a first grader at Crockett Elementary who just recently had her asthma action plan updated to remove her rescue inhaler. This has been a joyful news coming from 4 ER admissions in the previous year, only to start the beginning of a school year by attending classrooms that are overheated and could easily trigger an asthmatic attack and another ER visit. I am here after a 12-hour workday to hold the school board accountable for providing my daughter and her peers with a simple request of cool air in 100-plus degree desert-like weather. I can no longer hold my tongue because my daughter can't hold her breath. No behind, no choice.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Laura Henry. Ms. Henry.
Enrollment at NES high schools being down, all high schools actually, should concern you. Charter schools can shrug and say, if you don't like it, you can leave. But when our high schoolers leave, they often leave to homeschool or end up not schooling at all. I don't think you're asking the right questions about data. However, if you're going to focus on STAR, I'm requesting that you put do not meets and approaches back in. The kids with the real systematic problems, the kids that really can't read, they're in do not meets. And you can really tell when they're retesters. I work with those kids, those 5th and 6th year seniors, and they have been screwed their entire education. And they need really, it's not best first instruction. They need like serious stuff. They need real help, and they need it at all high schools across the district. And so what I'm asking you is that you really put that data in and you look at it, especially for retesters. Consider those students and know that they are just as important as the bubble kids that can get from approaches to meets. That's really important. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nicolin Neal. If you can hand it to Emily, I appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I know why my grievance behind our fired principal was never addressed. The person I addressed it to was responsible for the problem. This weekend's HISD principal meeting highlighted how the West Division principals were dismissed. More so, it highlighted erratic decision-making and unprofessional and callous leadership. Your culture has got to change. I worry so much for our kids in NES schools. Mind-numbing and where fun goes to die are thoughts that come to my mind when I hear NES. I called the U.S. News and World Report top 5 ranked elementary schools in Texas this morning. They all have librarians and libraries, but we in HISD know better. Those resources are better off thrown away. And how about those enrollment numbers at NES schools? Does that drastic drop in enrollment mean anything to you? HISD board members and executive team, do you or would you happily enroll your kids into an NES school? If that answer is no, that's a big problem. I wouldn't want mine there. This experimental...
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelly Bleeker.
Kelly Blickery, parent. 4,700 teachers in the last year. 10,000 employees since y'all took the helm. Gone. These are not data points. They are community members, experts. They are people. Let me tell you what that looks like at my community. 47% of Westbriar Middle School staff did not return this year. 43 human beings. 7 non-renewals, 8 transfers, 1 principal, Dr. Liam Michelin, forced to resign. 27 fled the district under your watch. That's special ed teachers, department chairs, band, orchestra, art, dance teachers, 1 social worker who knew every kid in need of uniform assistance and who took care to get them those uniforms before they had to ask. 16 of 18 6th grade teachers, including my son's favorite math teacher. This is not disruption. This is a dismantling. Not reform, wreckage. No trust, no bond.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shia Nagel.
Good evening. My name is Shay Nagel. My child is in the 8th grade at Westbriar Middle School. There's one thing only that keeps him willing to work hard in school: baseball. Westbriar Middle School has had a baseball program since the school first opened in 2002. The baseball coaches require the students to maintain their grades and good behavior in order to play on the team. My son has worked tirelessly for 2 years on the JV team, always working towards the goal of playing on the varsity team in 8th grade. Imagine his heartbreak when he arrived on the first day of school to find out that the long-standing baseball program is no more. And not just baseball. Westbriar administration has also shut down softball, lacrosse, tennis, wrestling teams. Other programs have lost their budgets. Have had their budgets reduced. The issue, according to the administration, is budget cuts at the district level. Stipends have been eliminated or reduced for faculty advisors and coaches. The administration's response was that they are, quote, pleased to inform you that our dedicated teachers will be allowed to volunteer their time after school to ensure that extracurricular activities continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tushima Shannon Mawate. Yes, ma'am. Please come.
Good afternoon. I am addressing the board today regarding the safety and health of our scholars, and yes, I said scholars. HISD has always been a great school district, and it's disheartening because I don't have any children in this district, but I have cousins, nieces, and nephews, great nieces and nephews that are attending these schools, and I'm personally embarrassed about how you guys are handling today's hearing today. I came up here to talk about the safety of our kids from the first day of school. I've been to J.G. Osborne, Mabel Wesley, and M.C. Williams Middle School, and to my surprise, our scholars had to walk through sidewalks that were not groomed. They had to enter gates of schools that had not been properly groomed, which are hives for disease and illnesses. We have West Nile cases here in Houston, and for our students to arrive at any school that is not properly groomed, we should be mindful of their safety, not only in the classroom, but on their way to school. And then I'm going to use my next 10 seconds to say the school bus system being dismantled and kids having to be forced to walk in these conditions is not okay. Their safety and health is important inside and outside the classroom. No safety, no law.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Jennifer Perry. Ms. Perry.
Good evening, board. My kids started school just like all of your school you did, and it's always rough the first week, but this has been an exceptionally rough week for everyone, and you've heard everyone say why, and I'm sure you've experienced some with some of your kids as well. But what I really think will make the most impact for my voice today is to implore the board to pull item 22 off the consent agenda and table it. We need to discuss it. It's a long-term the real estate that we have and the assets we have, if we sell them and put them in the operating budget, that money will be gone. We're not exactly sure how it will be spent because we won't have the same checks and balances that we're used to over it. Once those assets are gone, they're not coming back. That's not an investment, a good investment long-term for us. When this administration is gone, we will no longer have that ability, that money, that asset to use for our future. If you put in the operating budget, we don't have the trust built up that this administration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Raquel Dow.
Good evening.
Yes, ma'am.
I am here to continue on what my concerns were. As I stated, the West Division Superintendent was CC'd on the email. A teacher choked a child by their lanyard. There was somebody grooming. I recorded everything audibly. I wasn't the only one for the whole year. I will be filing my EEOC. I'm a whistleblower with OSHA because we had rats, dead birds. Oddly enough, I got a weird letter, and I don't have anything. I've never been written up. I'm a pretty good employee. I did not get along with a lot of these people that were taking over my campus because they had a integration room. They pushed one of my colleagues, slammed a door on one of their feet. A teacher, uncertified teacher, ignored a child with and she denied her the nurse. And 2 hours later, she came to my class after lunch. She was like, please, can I go? And I sent her to the nurse, let her mom know. She had to go to the emergency room.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Our next speaker is Camille Bro. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Camille Bro. I intended to speak tonight about the loss of aftercare, but after 4 days of NES, it has become apparent that this system is not built for the neurodiverse child, which not only saddens and angers me as a mother, but it's a huge mistake. 15 to 20% of the population is neurodiverse, and we're still learning so much about their needs and their superpowers. My child may not be a great test taker, but he can run an art sale and manage to take a cut from a bunch of kids. No joke. It's very apparent that you all believe in this system, but you're truly not experiencing it through the lens of a parent. Children are being left behind. That's where I see your pride in the numbers building up a huge blind spot for you all. Your family will not suffer the consequences of this rigidity and lack of inclusion. Mine will, and my neighbor down the street, and my child's best friend, and the countless families that cannot come speak at these meetings.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Morales Rodriguez.
Good evening. I had a whole speech prepared, but I'm going to start with what a disrespect. The person that is leading this whole effort just left and left us here talking to you. He has stated his primary goal is to improve student outcomes, but when results are only evaluated based on one single standardized test, we really lose focus of the holistic picture. Just this past year, HISD lost more than 10,000 students, which is a 5% decrease in the total student population. Moreover, more than half of that loss, 5,935 students, left from NES schools, which is a loss of 8% of the population in those schools. If NES is the solution to improve performance, why are parents taking their kids out of that system at a pace never seen in HISD? Moreover, by June of this year, HISD had lost 2,634 teachers and 53 principals. As a result, many students have started the school year without a qualified teacher in the classroom. How are we supposed to improve student outcomes when the most basic need in a classroom, a teacher, is not there? Are these losses worth the small improvement standardized test? I think not. No trust, no bond.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Brandy Dowda.
Good evening. I'm speaking to Agenda Item 6, regarding defined autonomy requirements for schools until minority achievement gaps are closed. NES elementary and middle school babies carrying germ-riddled traffic cones to the bathroom. Only certain schools may decide how to use their library spaces, banning the use of books in instruction, and it goes on. These mainly affect schools located in impoverished communities of color. Shaming students and punishing them for being poor and of color will not close gaps. What it will do is clearly spelled out in the following quotes taken directly from the ruling on Brown versus the Board of Education, and I need your eyes on me, please. To separate them from others of similar age and qualifications solely because of their race generates a feeling of inferiority as to their stature in the community that may affect their hearts and minds in a way unlikely ever to be undone. Eyes up here.
Their ruling was as follows. We conclude that in the field of public education, the doctrine of separate but equal has no place. Separate educational facilities are inherently unequal. Mr. Miles, where's the lie?
Thank you, Ms. Dowda. Our next speaker is Carly Paget. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon. I just wanted to speak on agenda item 1 and read for you a report that it's your responsibility to have read. It says the district saw overall significant improvement on the STAR assessment. This is in regards to reading. Overall, the state declined, and other large districts declined overall. And it said that there was an NES outperformance. However, when you look at the breakdown of NES, our economically disadvantaged students at NES saw a 4% increase. Okay. Students with disabilities, 3. There's no difference for our emergent bilingual. African Americans saw marginal difference. Hispanic, 5%. Our white students saw a 14% increase. I'm here to ask you to really ask a critical question. How was the average improvement of outperformance calculated? What's the breakdown of the number of students based on their demographics that are being evaluated?
Thank you. Okay, I think that concludes our in-person speakers for this evening. Ms. Smith, if you'll admit our Zoom speakers.
Rebecca Averill, please turn your camera on. Rebecca Averill, please turn your camera on. You may begin. Okay, we're going to move on. Maria Castro Calzada, please turn your camera on. You may begin. Or no. Okay. Maria Castro Calzada, please begin.
Hi, good evening. First, I want to thank all of the public officials, the organizations across Houston that have rallied behind our movement, No Trust, No Bond. That is a sign that they realize that all of us that are actual Houstonians, and that this is an investment. The fear-mongering behind saying that we're not going to be fixing schools, that we're poisoning children, no one's falling for that. As a clinician, I know that lead in the water, that's an emergency that should be taken care of right now. And that is just signs that the mismanagement of money has been happening. So that's not going to be put on us. No trust, no bond. That is something that we know that he's not interested in taking care of Houstonians whenever he's stealing libraries and books from our children. So thank you to all the public officials who are behind us, and we will remember. Everyone's taking names and taking notes. Thank you.
Carolyn Shipp, you may begin.
My name is Carol Ann Ship. I'm a retired HISD teacher of 38 years with 3 grandchildren in the district. Here today to talk about consent agenda number 22. Once any property is sold, it can no longer be reclaimed by the district. Who will decide which properties to sell or exchange? Now is not a good time to realize fair market value for sales. What's the compelling reason to make this revision now? HISD needs to keep students enrolled by making HISD schools pleasant places to learn and work. This board needs to ask hard questions about the administration's use of existing funds to manage daily tasks, especially those related to health, safety, and learning.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bella Cholera, you may begin.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing us to participate in discussions that impact our education. I'm Bella Cholera, and I attend HSPVA. I've worked diligently over the last 12 years as an HISD student and have high aspirations to attend college and achieve my dreams. I was disappointed to see that on July 30th, HISD sent out this email stating that we aren't prepared for college. But although I was disappointed, I wasn't surprised. During the summer before our junior year, most high school students prepare for the SAT, the most critical test of our high school careers. Multiple school leaders, including the president of Brown University, state that standardized test scores like the SATs are a much better predictor of academic success than high school grades. Multiple studies show that high school students need 10 to 12 weeks of dedicated studying time to grasp SAT material. While the average summer break in America is 12 weeks, HISD students only have 9. This puts us at an unfair disadvantage when it comes to test preparation because our summer vacation is so short. 9 weeks isn't enough time to study for a test that impacts the rest of our lives. The top 2 public school districts in Texas have an average SAT score of 1340 and 11 to 13 weeks of summer vacation. HISD ranks 574th out of 1,000 school districts in our state. We have a low SAT score of 1160 and only 9 weeks of summer break. This data shows a strong correlation between summer vacation time and student success. How can we be prepared for college when we have 20 to 30% less time to study for the same test as everyone else?
Thank you, ma'am.
Some would say
Rebecca Averill, please begin.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Averill. I'm a parent of 2 HISD students. I'm speaking tonight regarding testing, agenda item 21. I understand there is a time and a place for standardized testing. However, higher test scores do not inherently equate to higher quality education. My daughter just hit 3rd grade. I asked her a few weeks ago if she was excited to go back to school, and her answer was no, because in 3rd grade, we have to start our test. This is a child who loves learning and generally performs very well at school. And she is filled with anxiety because she is already aware of the high-stakes environment surrounding testing in HISD. When testing becomes the focus of education to the point that curriculum centers entirely around teaching to the test, to the point that educational activities such as reading books are eliminated, and students are learning,
I think Ms. Pollock needs to turn off her. Hold on, ma'am. Ms. Averill, hold on. Okay. Ms. Averill, I think you were, let's go back a little bit. I think you were talking about your daughter going into 3rd grade. She generally performs well. Start there if you can.
Yes, and she is now filled with anxiety because she is already aware of high-stakes environment surrounding testing in HISD. When testing becomes the focus of education to the point that curriculum centers entirely around teaching to the test, to the point that educational activities such as reading books are eliminated, and students' enthusiasm for learning is squashed by stress and pressure to perform, this is not only not serving our students, it is actively harming them. Fear is not a good motivator for meaningful learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Pollock? Ma'am, you're on mute. Ma'am, you're on mute. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm Lindsay Pollock, a retired Houston ISD principal, married to a retired Houston ISD principal, and parent of 2 Houston ISD alumni and a tax-paying Houston resident. As we consider the investment portfolio of Houston ISD, I urge the Board of Managers to consider the impact of the money already spent and the investment of taxpayer dollars into schools over the past decades to build comprehensive libraries of contemporary literature, to build classroom libraries where we have invested in the hearts and minds of our future, where children have had the opportunity to be transported into places that only their dreams could take them. What has become of these libraries built with taxpayer dollars that were invested into our school system? They've been found in trash piles on campuses and filling campus dumpsters across this city. Books and dreams wasted by the ineffective and draconian systems enacted by an uncertified superintendent who does not understand the importance of research-based educational strategies that return long-term gains and outcomes for our children. No trust, no bond.
Thank you, ma'am.
Maria Benzon, you may begin.
On March 21st, 2024, I addressed discrepancies between HISD's baseline data and TEA's TAPER report. My analysis shared with you highlighted significant differences. For Goal 1, grade 3 students earning meets grade level on Reading Star, HISD reports 41%, but TEA shows 45%. For Goal 2, grade 3 shows meets on math, HISD reports 38%, while TEA shows 42%. Special populations bases are 3 to 17 points below TEA's report. Now, Mr. Miles countered my claiming his data is based on a correlated value between NWA MAP scores and STAR scores. However, he should be reporting STAR data directly, not a conflated value. The public deserves truth and transparency, not manipulated data. Moreover, the TAPER report for 23-24 hasn't been published. TEA's website, leaving us unable to verify his claims. Mr. Miles seems eager to prove his school success, but the data he used is flawed. I urge the board to revisit these baselines and ensure accurate, verifiable data is used. No trust, no bond.
Thank you, ma'am.
Javon German, you may begin.
My name is Javon German. I grew up at Trinity Gardens and I live in 5th Ward. I've helped start wraparound services at Cashmere High School in the early 2000s. This is my community and I have concerns. On Friday, a friend told me that every Atherton Elementary School 4th grade teacher was told that they were going to be moved to another camp effective immediately. The teachers had already set up classrooms and were getting ready to start the year. Some even had deep roots in this community. One teacher removed had over 10 years experience working at Atherton. Her scores and those of her fellow 4th grade teachers were constantly strong. Atherton was exemplary or A-rated schools. That is until Miles came along. If anyone's to blame for the decline in the 3rd and 4th grade STAR scores this year, it's Miles, for his taking apart of Atherton piece by piece. Miles is not good for our kids, for our teachers, for Houston. Vote no on both of the HISD bonds, November 5th.
Thank you.
Todd Bittner, please begin.
Yes, sir, please go ahead. You're on mute. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Claude Bittner, a parent in HISD, speaking on behalf of a new kindergarten teacher in a non-NES school who's afraid of retaliation. She left a 6-figure job to become a teacher because she wanted to make the world a better place. She's worked 12-hour days these past 2 weeks preparing her lessons in classroom. But instead of receiving the support she deserves, she's faced daily spot observations by different staff members multiple times on some days. To make matters worse, she's only allowed to teach classroom rules and procedures on Tuesdays and Thursdays, making her dive into the curriculum on day one with children who have never been in school. Now, less than a week in, she's questioning if she'll even last until the end of the month. Her passion is being drained by a hostile work environment. If this continues, we'll see more teachers quitting and the quality of education in HISD will worsen. Working in HISD should not feel like living in hell. Fire Mike Miles, no trust, No bond.
Jessica Catrett, please begin.
Board of Managers want you to rubber stamp this failing administration. You are giving autonomy, and it was not. This is damaging our community. Your names will forever be associated with this failure. We will not forget, and our voices will be loud. Families are fleeing. This year, NES schools saw nearly 3 times the enrollment decline as non-NES schools. The system is clearly failing. Moreover, the administration's incompetence extends to basic tasks such as sending out children's bus route information. Instead of protecting student privacy, you blasted personal details to strangers. I received a random child's name, bus location, pickup and drop-off times. What stranger disclosed my child's information to? It certainly wasn't. Board of Managers, your inaction speaks volumes. We will ensure the bond fails because an administration that can't even handle basic tasks can $4.4 billion bond. No bond under Miles.
Thank you. Jane Frio, please begin.
First day of middle school was chaotic for a child receiving special education services. Despite having the required paperwork, the campus wasn't prepared and the child never made it to class. The campus thankfully found them safe at the end of the day. The new special ed teacher quit on day 2. The parent is still traumatized. Another parent whose child requires special education transportation hasn't been assigned a route. The new and untrained principal is unresponsive, and the issue remains unresolved 4 days into school. 2 kindergartners with disabilities were sent home on the first day for behavior concerns. Without proper documentation of suspension, you can't suspend a kindergartner. This is illegal and discriminatory. The superintendent uses test scores to hold teachers accountable for our kids' ability to read. But who holds him accountable to make sure that our kids get to school, that they aren't lost or illegally sent home, and that their rights aren't violated? It's parents like me. We hold you accountable. And other parents, if you are listening, if these things are happening to you, file special ed complaints online with TEA or the Office of Civil Rights to protect your child.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ruth Kravitz, please begin.
Good evening. A student I taught in 2001 called me this morning worried about her 4-year-old sitting with 28 other kids in a crowded pre-K class in the near north side. They had no water, so she bought a water cooler for the class. That's not a long-term fix. She's worried that with so many principals and teachers replaced, something bad might happen to her kids at school. She fears that because of this loss of institutional memory, Miles and his team don't have emergency protocols in place to protect kids in emergencies like the tragic death of a Marshall middle schooler yesterday. Our thoughts are with the family. On November 5th, vote no to the HISD bonds and wasteful spending. The bond inflates construction costs for some schools by close to $100 million. We need to vote no for a $4.4 billion blank check with no taxpayer accountability, saddling us with the largest school debt in Texas history. Please vote no confidence in Mike Miles. Keep our children safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Franklin Tamburello, you may begin.
Yes, good evening. Let's see. Well, I'm very concerned with some of the apparently nonsensical plans in the works for money for the proposed bond. For example, Franklin and Edison middle schools are supposed to be consolidated with Edison slated for closure. Why then is Edison planned to receive $10 million? This unexplained paradox is even more concerning in light of Miles' transferring of Texas tax dollars out of state at the expense of Texas children and for the benefit of Third Futures investors. Third Futures investors are not the responsibility of Texas taxpayers, parents, and students. As a taxpayer, I'm calling on my elected officials to push for comprehensive financial audits of HISD under Miles. No transparency, no trust, no bond.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Dr. Anita Wadwa, you may begin.
I have a question about what I read in the agenda packet. It states any student who does not participate in state mandated assessments at the request of their parents shall not be subject to negative consequences or disciplinary action. I understand that nothing will happen if my daughters choose not to participate in STAR. But before that, it says that by filling out the non-participation form, I will be, quote, acknowledging the possible implications of such action. This is vague and unclear language. What are the possible implications of non-participation in STAR? Please be very clear, otherwise it sounds like a threat. Also, please do not cut off the mics of children or our elected officials. You said you would not do that. And no community ownership, no trust, no books, no bond.
Thank you.
Maria Webb, please turn your camera on and you may begin.
Ms. Webb? I don't know if she can hear me any better than you. But... No luck? Okay. All right, then that concludes our speakers for the evening. Superintendent Miles, I believe you have a brief beginning of the year report for us. Is that right? Just an update?
Yes.
You want to do it here or down there? It's up to you.
Do the rest of the report.
Okay.
Madam President, members of the board, staff, community members, we had a great start to the first week. Yes, there were some hiccups. We'll talk about that. But for the most part, it was very good. Thank you, board members, for coming with us. Many of you did. I went to 10 schools this week and got to see what was going on in those schools. And I can tell you that the quality of instruction, the preparation, way ahead of where we were last year. And teachers are to be applauded for that, principals, and this group over there, thank you. So on the quality of instruction, we had, yes, instruction on day one throughout the district. It was great to see kids bragging about going to the team centers and already getting into the routines. I saw curriculum being used that's much stronger than it was last year, a lot of good scaffolding. And in two of the non-NES schools that I went to, they were using the curriculum that the NES teachers were using. All voluntary, and we'll talk about defined autonomy, but that's what they were doing. And so it was a great start. Principals are gung-ho, they're excited, they're looking at their data, of course, but we had such strong STAR and accountability scores, they'll all be celebrating. We are going to postpone the accountability release till Monday due to the fact that TEA cannot provide us with the final this week. So we're going to do some more revisions, or not revisions, but looking and analyzing to make sure we got the data right, and we'll release the school scores on Monday. But it is a fact that we did very well. The numbers may change by 1 or 2, but we had 121 DNF campuses last year, and this year we only have 41. And we have way more A and B schools than we had last year. The growth in the STAR overall was the largest increase compared to the state in reading and math in NES schools that probably in the Texas history of the exams. So undeniable growth, all published on TEA's website as far as the STAR scores go. We're going to talk about the accountability scores on Monday and compare that to the other districts. I'll just tell you, no other district came close. Staffing. We had a good start because we only had 28 vacancies at the start of the school year. Not only that, not only did we only have 28 vacancies, 5 of them were ROTC, another several were CTE, and I think 8 were SPED. We have 1,387 SPED teachers, and we only had 8 vacancies in SPED to start the school year off. We actually had about 25 extra teachers, and we still do, meaning they're not placed, but they don't have the right qualification. They're not CTE, they're not ROTC, they're not SPED certified. So we have those extra teachers, and they will be placed when we have other people leave. And every year, every large district have people leave during the course of the year. But we're holding pretty strong this week, and so staffing has not been a problem. You know, in the end of the day, the proof is in the pudding, and you look at the classrooms we were in, and kids have an effective teacher or a teacher who's growing and not a substitute. We had 99% attendance from the teachers who were here this week, and so every kid got an effective teacher, or at least one who's starting to or interested in continuous improvement. So that's the reality on the ground, and board members, you got to see that, those of you who came out to the schools. Enrollment.
I'm sorry, but we're in the middle of a board meeting, and trying to listen to Mr. Miles. I personally am having trouble and he's sitting right next to me, so if we could just keep the volume down, that would be appreciated. Thank you. Sorry, continue.
Sure. This year, we started 2 weeks earlier, and just like every year, students enroll over the next 2 or 3 weeks. We will have kids coming to school all the way until Labor Day. I wish every kid would come on August 12th or the very first day of school, but that doesn't happen. So we'll have numbers. The numbers are changing every day. We'll have stronger numbers in about 2 or 3 weeks for what the enrollment is. But it's we feel confident that we're gonna keep growing in our enrollment until September 4th. Now, a couple of areas that we need to continue to work on. I said to the board and to the community, we will fight the air conditioning battle every day until October. We had to move some kids from Montgomery Elementary School today to another school, or some of the kids, not all. We haven't had to close schools. We've had to move some kids from warm classrooms at several schools, not a lot, from one classroom to another or to a common area where the air conditioning is better. One thing people should know is we try to keep it between 70 and 75 degrees. That's a comfortable climate for kids. When it starts to get to 78 degrees, what we do is we start to make plans. We watch it closely. We send out maintenance people all the time when we start to notice a rise in temperature. And so at 78 degrees, we're watching closely to see if we have to move classrooms, try to send portable coolers. It's a big district, 274 schools, and our systems are old and failing. And so it's going to be a battle every day. And then it'll be a battle again in April and May. But the maintenance workers have been doing a phenomenal job of keeping the buildings cool. And it is a never-ending job for them. Finally, or penultimately, on transportation, yes, we've had some challenges with transportation, and it was unacceptable, some of the mistakes that were made early on. We've gotten better every day, and the ridership has grown every day. It started off with 2,000. I think we're close to 7,500 or close to 8,000 students now. That will also grow every day, and that's just been in 4 days. So kids come every day to school, and then they need transportation. So we're having to adjust routes and plan routes for the kids who come in the last few days and over the next couple of weeks. So it won't be solid or confirmed until a couple of weeks from now. But the call centers have been active, and they've been answering most of the calls, overwhelming majority of the calls. So we feel like it's getting getting better. But certainly we need to improve our transportation system. I've said that before. We will not be done with improving transportation for a while, maybe several months to a year. That's how broken it was. We're making it better, but it's going to take some time. And then finally, you know, I know that none of this happens by magic. When you see a teacher teaching a strong curriculum on the first day that's differentiated, when you see new teachers using good engagement strategies, when you see kids who are waving their A work in S2 and telling their teacher, hey, I got an S2, or the principal, and then they go to the team center, and when you see the team center working well, in many of them in the libraries, when you see them working well, when you see the all 274 schools open, that's not magic. A lot of work happened between the end of school last year and the beginning of school this year. And I really have to, my hat's off to the teachers and principals, yes, but also the back office support, the maintenance workers. We had a derecho, and that put us behind because it knocked out some air conditioning units. It felled trees on buildings. It caused a lot of debris on the grounds. We had trees on fences in parking lots. And then shortly after that, we had a hurricane, knocked out more air conditioning rooftop units, more debris, more felled trees, grass growing. We had 2 weeks of rain after the hurricane, the wettest July in years, or at least in recent history for Houston. Part of it because of the hurricane, but a really wet July, and then we had to open up on August 12th. So the fact that they were able to cut all the grass, and yes, not all the debris has been removed, but it's been piled and safe away from kids, is a testament to the workers who have been, really working late hours. And our staff, I don't think Alicia Jolivet has had more than 4 hours of sleep on any night since the hurricane, actually since the derecho, and her staff. And so, yeah, it could be better. Beautification could be better. But the most important thing is kids getting into class, getting into school, and having a great experience with the teacher, not a substitute, not vacancies. That's the key. 180 student-teacher contact days of good instruction. That's what the difference is. And it's making a huge difference for our kids. Everybody here is devoted to that, and that's our sole focus. You take North Forest. I'm gonna give a teaser, if that's okay with you, Ms. Mendoza. For example, just one example, North Forest feeder pattern. Never had all 6 schools without a D or F. Since before the annexation, always felt like stepchildren. And they, for the first time, will not have a D or F school. They're learning, their reading is up, literacy is up. We're doing right by those kids. And they're happy about it, they're proud of it. They're not stepchildren. That's what this team is doing. That's how we started school. In all those schools that I just talked about, there is excitement and the kids are doing great. Let's look at the real data for how the kids are doing. And I know I speak for the staff. It's a real honor to be in this position. And, we'll take the hits for the sake of the kids.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Speaking of data, I think we're going to turn to our first item, which is the acceptance of the board monitoring update, the presentation of goals 1 and 2. Do you want to get set up?
Yes, ma'am. And then we'll do the different autonomy right after?
No, we're going to do that at the very end.
Okay.
So we're going to go through
Then
this.
maybe then I'll do this at the dais, if that's okay.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Okay, yes, ma'am. Hold on one second, one at a time. Yes. at the end. Yes, next question. Are you going to take a 5-minute? Okay, let's take a 10-minute break till 7:11. Perfect? Okay, thank you. Okay, we are back in session at 7:13 p.m.
Just wait for 1 second. Oh, there we go.
And we are going to, Mr. Miles is getting his computer set up, but we are going to be talking about our discussion and report items, which is board monitoring update on goals 1 and 2. And just as a reminder for the board, the question before us is whether to accept the reports. And there are 4 elements of that: whether the report itself clearly shows which specific goal, interim goal, constraint, or interim constraint that is being monitored, whether it clearly shows the data for the 3 previous reporting periods and the current period and targets, whether it describes the superintendent's understanding of system performance relative to the goal, and then does it clearly show supporting documentation that evidences the superintendent's understanding of the system performance. In particular, if we're not operating at target, does it also describe systemic root causes, strategic responses, and next steps? And with that, I will turn it over to Superintendent Miles to speak on, and I think we'll go through these individually so we can ask questions. The first goal being STAR reading for 3rd graders. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, members of the board, tonight we'll go over goal 1, and we've been over 3rd grade reading and NWA a couple times, but in this presentation we're talking about not just the STAR scores, but what is the goal for, what is our target for next year. And to put this in context, I have said, and I continue to say, because we can look it up on the STAR results, that overall we had really good growth in reading and in math. We'll get to math, but in reading we had good results in NWA as well. Having said that, there were 2 tests on the state exams, 3 through 8, actually 3 through 10, where we went down. We went down 1 point in 3rd grade reading, and we also went down 4 points in 5th grade science, although the state went down 8 points in science and 2 points in reading. That's overall. And so you can see there that we missed the target. We went from 41 to 40. That's what that bar means. And so the target for next year is, we're not going to change, is still 44. So we're not going to adjust that. That's going to be a hard thing to do, but we want to set that bar for us, and we don't want to lower the expectations. The target you can see in the blue there for each subgroup on the bottom chart, and that we missed it in the middle. The good news is NES surpassed the goal and got 3 points gain, while the non-NES, which is, I'm not saying this is good news, but went down 3 points. So we stayed relatively flat, really, in our 3rd grade reading, and we gained on the state, although that's not saying much, because the state did not do well. So here you go. This breaks down the goal with English-only testers and then Spanish-only testers. And you can see that the average was brought down. When you do a weighted average, it's 40, even though our English-only students hit 45. And then you can see the breakdown by ethnic group, African-American students, and Hispanic students overall. Our white students increased 1 point and remains pretty strong over the state average. This is what this is the difference between the state average and our white student scores. And then you can see what the ECODIS students did, bilingual, and then students with disabilities. overall, and I'm going a little faster because we've talked about this before. I think if you just look at the STAR exam, and I don't, I look at both the STAR, DIBELS, and NWA, you can see that we're moving in the right direction, especially in the NES orbit. But next year, we're still shooting for 44. The root causes are the ones that I've been talking about and the things that we're working on. So a science of reading curriculum, which will now be expanded definitively in 130 schools, and in the other schools, especially the C schools also. And most of the other non-NES schools have adopted vetted curriculum, but not all of them, the A and B schools. Vetted curriculum like Amplify. The quality of instruction remains the #1 variable in raising student achievement for kids. That's why we put so much effort on it. And so we will continue to do that. And I said last time we were talking about third grade is a learning to read and a reading to learn grade. It's a tough grade in the STAR exams because it's not only about third grade, it's about what you do prior to third grade. And so we're not going to move them as much as we need to move them if we do not do a better job getting kids into pre-K, and if we do not do a better job in our first grade and kindergarten, first and second grade instruction. So the focus on instruction this year, I mean, we did work last year in kindergarten, first and second grade, but we already have principals talking about how they need to do even more in our kindergarten, first and second grade classrooms. Ma'am, do you want me to go on with the goal progress measure?
That's
for reading.
Yes, for reading. Yeah, and then I think we'll just ask some questions on reading. But yep, go ahead.
So the STAR is only given once a year, of course, and so it's not a formative assessment, it's a summative assessment. It's not something you can really use to change your instruction because the year's already over. But what we use is the NWA MAP assessments, and there's a correlation between NWA MAP and the STAR exams. And so you can see there, we didn't change the target once it's set, but we did better than the target in most subgroup areas. So, for example, the English only was what we set the target on, and so we met our reading scores there. Combined English and Spanish, we had 39. So we're actually doing much better than what the English only would suggest. When the board and I set this goal, we did English only, so we kept it there. And then there was a goal, the progress monitoring measure on NES schools, and you can see the target for NES was 20, and we achieved a 30. So NES was actually higher than the district overall. And we can change the goals, but we decided to keep them because that's what the board had set. But we're already over the 28 in year 3. So maybe the board would want to entertain changing that to a tougher metric, but we can have that discussion at some point in the future. So the NWA MAP assessment at the end of last year shows that we're on course to improve our reading, especially in NES, but even overall. The same actions, of course, are the same for the main goal. That's all I have for reading, goal 1.
Okay, I think let's pause there. And anybody over here want to start with questions or comments? Mr. Yvonne? No? Are you scratching your ear? Okay. Okay. Okay, well, that looks like a hand up to me, so go ahead.
Okay, so I did have one question actually about the chart that you've got in front of us, which I was still struggling a little bit to understand how combined was higher than English only when more students were English only. So I thought this would be updated, but maybe you can work that at a later time.
Yeah, we can give you the breakdown in more detail.
Got it. Okay, so I was pleased to see a number of things on this report, celebrating that specifically for our high population, Hispanic population, that students didn't lose ground in reading. So knowing that the majority of students in the state lost ground, this I felt like was an accomplishment needing to be recognized. And so I'm glad that our largest population of students is actually maintaining at least status quo, although obviously the students themselves may change in the interim. We still got a way to go with these students, but they do represent the majority, so the improvements are highly leveraged, and so they've actually helped us not lose as much as the state, right? So that's a good thing. I wonder, though, what steps are being taken to reverse the trend on the other populations, specifically in reading. And I know we got a lot of students in the NES, half of our students, what have you. But I'd like to just begin to think how we use this data, specifically with NWEA, to inform how we make changes in both populations, NES and non-NES.
Yeah, thank you for asking. There's several considerations, one of which is defined autonomy, but the answer to your question is, for the C-rated campuses, we are doing a lot more with regard to supporting their quality of instruction and their curriculum. So the C-rated campuses, for example, have to have a science of reading vetted curriculum. That's not a choice. That's not part of defined autonomy. For the A and B campuses, especially the B campuses that are low, and we don't want them slipping back down to a C, and they have pockets of kids who are also struggling. We have the one thing that's not autonomous is that everybody does continuous improvement of high quality instruction. They understand what it looks like, what it is, and that's an expectation. So those metrics around quality instruction is something we do across the board, especially when it comes to reading. So with 45 schools that were D and F being placed in the NES orbit, where you see that the scores are higher, and with C campuses having more focused instruction, vetted curriculum, and with the instructional quality, continuous improvement of quality instruction, even in the A and B schools, I think that's how we address the other campuses. It's a fine line, though, Board Member Vaughn, because there's autonomy in curriculum, there's autonomy in class schedule. For example, the NES, one of the reasons why the NES students who are struggling to do better is because there's 90 minutes every day, language arts and math. And then there's 30-minute intervention period, or Zern math, for example, that's required. Whereas the A and B schools have control over their schedule, and if they only want 55 minutes in math, that's okay. That's up to them. So that's part of defined autonomy. Still, having said that, there are some instructional things that we won't relinquish, and that continuous improvement of high-quality instruction is something we expect.
Thank you. Yeah, and that's one of the pieces that I think about a lot is we know now that we've seen improvements in a certain school structure type. Like we get it, okay? NES is working, it's improving these numbers for this population. But when I look over to the remainder of our schools and we see everything is flat, then I say, okay, So I think it's just one of those things we have to continue to grapple with and really come up with a solution for, how do we get all students to continue to grow in that space?
Yeah, and I know other board members, I'm looking at Board Member Martinez, that's been a particular focus for all, because all means all. So there's a couple things I would say in response. Number one, we did see growth in the A and B schools, and a decline in the number of C schools, except that some D schools went to C. So we didn't see as big a decline in C schools because that was a good thing that D schools went to C. But we did see way more A and B schools this year than we had at the beginning of last year. So the reforms, the focus on instruction did not hurt the A and B schools, and it did improve their instruction. But I take the point, all means all, and we still have too many schools and too many pockets of kids who are not meeting the bar. Keep in mind that 1 year can't do it. It's going to take us a few years, but I'm hopeful that with this continuous focus and the board's focus on all meaning all, that we'll get there.
Okay, any other questions on this end at this point? Mr. Martinez?
Thank you, Superintendent, for the information, Madam President. Thank you. So we talk about quality of instruction. I know we've said that multiple times, and I expected to be here for quite a while. We probably would be beneficial to get some of that data of quality instruction. I know you've talked about how you start off the school year kind of in a place of improvement, right? We want to improve the entire year, but you saw improvement throughout the school year. Can you talk about what measures that is, like what rating, what scores are we seeing at the end of last year compared to the beginning of that school year?
Yes, so if we're already looking at it. And so today, before coming here, and every day since the start of the school year, we won't continue this every day, but we're just trying to get off the ground. Our principals in every school is doing spot observations and instructional coaching. And so those spot observations, and if you want, I'll do a presentation for you at some point, but they're broken down into 4 or 5 areas. One is like engagement, purposeful instruction, the learning environment. They're specific categories, and then they get a score. It doesn't count right now because it's the beginning of the school year, but I collect that data, and I can tell you, for example, that the overall score right now with regard to quality instruction is 9.7 out of 15 points. And that's after looking at about 2,000 or 1,500 spot observations today. I mean, the principals haven't conducted, and the APs haven't conducted that many spot observations. So that's how, we're looking at it that closely, and so we can monitor that. The other thing, though, we can do is we can show you the IRT scores, Independent Review Team scores. We do 4 of them every year. They're a visit by an independent group that goes to the school and looks at about 10 spot observations. They do it randomly in the core areas, and we get that data. So all along, we're looking at spot observation data, and not just in the IRTs. When I go to school, I haven't yet, because we're trying not to be too crazy. We look at the spot observation data that the principals have done over the up until the point that I get to the school. So I have data all the time around that, and principals look at it too, and they're looking at the quality of instruction that way. By the way, that's tied to principal eval, the IRT scores, and the spots to the teacher eval. So it's all aligned, and everybody knows what is tight. One good thing this year that we did at a request of the principals and teachers was that our spot observations have the basic form, yes, and then we have a whole book of here's what it means to engage kids in Montessori. so the principal can rate the teacher more appropriately. Here's what it means to engage kids in IB. Here's what purposeful instruction looks like in a performance arts school. I mean, and it has every type of different program and an explanation so that principals and IRT people who come in can more effectively gauge those specific programmatic schools. And we think that's going to be a big assist.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just one follow-up.
Yeah.
So we know we have a lot of new additions to the team this year, right? We unfortunately saw significant turnover last year. How are we ensuring that new team members, whether individuals going through ACP or just new teachers to HISD, are getting the training that they need when we look at the quality instruction? What type of training, specifically I guess for ACP participants, what type of training are they receiving?
Yeah, so we also have new principals, and over the summer we feel pretty confident that they've been trained well. And just like teachers, though, principals and teachers are in the same boat, and the answer to your question is this: the best training happens on the job. We can put out the spot observation forum, we can put out videos, which we have done, on what it looks like in the classroom for the new teachers. We can do the training like all of last week, before the first week of school. The principals were training teachers, and we've been training principals and EDs for a couple weeks. So we can do all that, and we have. But and then teachers do what's called demonstration days. We call them demo days. So especially for new teachers, it's a good way for them to get in the groove, so to speak, of teaching, because they have to present to their colleagues. So the first day of school went well because almost every teacher, especially new teachers, had already demonstrated that lesson to their colleagues. So they didn't miss a beat on day one. And those of you who went with me to schools on day one, you saw that. You saw them being well prepared, and even new teachers. Having said that, yes, there's a lot more to learn. This is day 4, and new teachers, we do have a lot of new teachers, and so new teachers are being coached every day. That's what these spot observations, they don't count for their eval, but they get feedback in writing on the spots, but we do on-the-job coaching. That's the best way to bring new teachers up to speed fast.
I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues. Ms. Arnold or Mr. Campo, any questions, comments, things that you'd like to raise with regard to the first monitoring report on reading, third grade reading?
Actually do. I have a quick question. So first of all, the goal of third grade reading is mandated by the state, correct?
Yes, sir. Okay.
And, it's interesting because when you look at overall HISD, our scores went up from on achievement or masters, went up from 43% to 46%. So a 300 basis point overall increase. And if you look at fourth grade went up from 38 to 45, or 7 percentage points increase, which is really huge in relation to what is normally happens is 1 or 2 is sort of easy or not easy, but expected. And when you start having 7-point gains, that's like really unusual in the sense that it's kind of never been done. So with that said, the only grade that went down 1 point, and as you point out, the state went down 2, but went down 1 point was third grade. So can you give me kind of the layman's reason why third grade is so hard? Clearly third grade is important because that's mandated by the state, right? So the state must have done some data and analysis, and I know the idea is that if you're behind the third grade, it's going to be tough for you to catch up over time, and there's a lot of data that shows that behind in third grade reading has lower graduation rates and all that. So give us a layman's kind of reason for why third grade's hard.
Yes, sir. So by third grade, you actually have to learn how to read. It's a science of reading skills. You have to, this is not layman's term, but bear with me just for a moment. You have to orthographically map the phonemes, which means that you have to look at clusters of letters on a page and be able to say in your brain automatically, it makes this sound. So that's a whole body of skill that a kid needs in third grade. And on top of that, they need learning to read. So they need content knowledge, which they have not had a chance to build up as much as a fourth grader or fifth grader. A fourth grader or fifth grader, if we've done our job well, is not learning to read as much. He's reading to learn. And so you've got a doubly hard task for third graders on the STAR exam. And so reading, the skill set needed to read actually cannot be done in one grade. It is done over several years. In fact, there's some science to say that big growth goes when you're 3 and 4 years old, if you know how to teach the science of reading. So that's why it's so important. If you have kids, especially underserved kids, who don't take advantage of pre-K or cannot, either don't or cannot take advantage of pre-K, if they don't or cannot take advantage of full-day kindergarten, that already sets them behind their peers. And so that's why third grade is the hardest grade when it comes to STAR reading. And that's also probably, I don't know all the rationale of the state, but it's probably why that's a mandated goal by TEA, because they recognize the importance of that skill and the content.
Okay.
So what you're really saying is that getting kids in third grade that haven't developed those skills is really hard to change. So you really have to go back and expand pre-K and really get to the kids before third grade. And when you do that, that's going to change the third grade trajectory in the future.
That's right. And, we're still, my belief is even if they get to us in third grade without those skills, we can do a lot, even then, if we really focus on that instruction and have science of reading curriculum and things like that. And you can see in the NES, we're taking a bigger dent out of that than the state. At the same time, what you just said, Board Member Campo, is exactly right. We're not going to capture as many kids and get them to read at grade level if we don't do a better job in pre-K, kinder, first and second.
Thanks.
Okay, over here, Ms. Flowers.
Thank you, Superintendent Miles. There's much, much, much to celebrate. So my questions, we're always going to push. So I want to say first, I want to acknowledge the numbers are crazy. It is statistically just surprising and hopeful and wonderful. So we really appreciate all the hard work of the district. And pushing forward, I have some questions. Under your analysis, when we're talking about third grade reading, we say more needs to be done to ensure strong implementation of high quality instruction. And so that's going to be, that's the plan, that's what we have to do. And I understand the general system that we're doing. The more needs to be done. Is there a plan around doing the more and balancing culture and wellness? Because it's amazing what the teachers did. It's amazing. We want them to continue to be amazing, but amazing and less stressed. Have y'all talked about, is there anybody working on how we're going to get them to do more but also feel good?
Yeah, more doesn't mean more time from those teachers who've been working hard. What I mean by more, and the sentiment here, means that there are things we can do. For example, we're starting to do more scaffolding. So, and the curriculum department's doing that. And we're training teachers. This summer I spent some time with principals and EDs, and we train them on good scaffolding so they can recognize it. And I saw already this week in several schools, not only did they take the scaffolding that the curriculum department put on the L and S1 work, but they also had scaffolds on their desk. The teachers had scaffolds on the wall. So that's a little thing, but it's hugely important for emergent bilingual kids and kids who cannot read. So that was a huge plus. And then also, if we do good work in the curriculum, teachers can leave at 4:15 and not have to worry about that, and they will have more time and be less stressed. The last thing I would say is this. I already see a level of confidence. Now, mind you, I've only been to 10 schools so far, but the division soups have been out, the executive directors have been out, and I've been talking to them, and their experience is very similar to what I saw in 10 schools. And I've already seen a level of confidence that I didn't see until November last year. And if you remember in the convocation, we showed the video clip of those teachers who said a year ago that they have to admit it was very hard, a lot of tears, but they finally got into a groove. They learned that their principal was trying to support them, not just evaluate them. And you know, things worked out well, and now they're very proud of the scores that their kids received. And kids take their cues from their teachers.
Thank you. So what I hear you say, and I appreciate that you unpacked this, more needs to be done, and the more that I heard you saying was support from the district and the leadership to the teachers. So I really appreciate that definition of more and hearing about that. So thank you. Then if I'm looking at the STAR scores now, and this is, I don't know if this is my misunderstanding or if it's a weird anomaly that you say we're going to think about and come back, but something is in looking at the STAR scores, so our English only is up like 45, and then Spanish only is where it seems like there's a big challenge, right?
Yes.
But then when we look to the NWAP, it seemed like it was the flip, and so I didn't understand how on one test they did better or worse, and then how do y'all understand that data to do something with it? I was just confused.
Yeah, and I'm going to ask Kristen to help me explain. I mean, I can try, but you can help. So on the NWA in reading, not in math, but in reading, there are two separate tests. So far, so good? And a child can take it in reading, or they can take it in Spanish. So the deficit for a kid taking the Spanish test in Spanish is not comprehension, right? Because it's comprehension, but comprehension in their native language, which means that our Spanish-speaking kids do well in their native language in reading. The challenge is asking them to learn English. And so for a while, they're behind in English, and so their Spanish-only kids are doing well. So, is that right?
When students are taking NWA in Spanish, in their English course, they take it in English and Spanish. In math, they take it in only one of those, whichever one they're usually getting instruction in math in. But in English, that allows us to test both their proficiency in English as well as understand how they would do on the test if they took it in their native language.
Okay.
So we get both of those views, and really when we're supporting students on the reading language arts side, we see both their English results and their Spanish results, and that allows us to, again, assess English proficiency more effectively. On STAR, sometimes you can have students who speak Spanish who have enough English proficiency to still test in English. And so those testing in Spanish truly are the students that really need to be testing in Spanish on STAR. So you'll see a difference in those results there. Okay. In STAR, you test in one or the other. Yeah.
So, and in this area, you may want to stay.
Yeah.
So because we already know their gaps, and I know that we've got our plan for the year, but we still know where the gaps are with the economic dis, with African-American students, all these our emergent bilingual students. In addition to, we're working the plan, and I get it, we're gonna work the plan. Do you have strategic, are people working about strategies different than working the plan for these students where we already know there's a gap?
So yes is the answer. So we're going to take another NWA test next week, actually, and then we'll look at the data for that. But for our kinder, first, and second grade students and third grade students, they're going to be taking DIBELS this year, and so DIBELS is a 5 components of literacy assessment, and it's given pretty regularly, I think every 3 weeks for the students who are way behind grade level. And based on that, there are specific interventions for those students. And in the early grades, we have not only the regular reading or science of reading course, but we also have intervention time or literacy block. And so that's a place where we can differentiate for the kids who are way behind or behind.
Yes, and I would say on top of NES, specifically for emergent bilinguals, the additional strategy is what you pick as your bilingual model. And so the research does show that dual language as a bilingual model significantly supports students in English proficiency and gaining that. When you're comparing it to a transitional model or an ESL class. So it's the exposure they get to English and Spanish in different amounts at different points in time. And so we have students who are, our traditional students are in NES, but for our bilingual students, they're NES, and they're getting the NES model in a dual language setting, meaning some of their classes, it's about 50% of their instruction is in English, 50% of their instruction is in Spanish every day. And we build in the cross-linguistic connections for those students in the curriculum. So we actually write the curriculum in English, and then we also translate that day's curriculum and adapt it in Spanish, so that if you are a emergent bilingual student in the NES model, you actually also get you're able to participate in that dual language instruction. And so that is an additional strategy for our emergent bilingual students that we've significantly enhanced this year, so there can be a more effective implementation of the dual language model.
I really appreciate all the work you guys are doing, especially with curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Linder?
Thank you. Again, I'll echo just how excited I am and how much we need to celebrate all the accomplishments across the district. It's really, really amazing. The question that I think it echoes a bit of what I've heard tonight, but I wanted to dig a little deeper around understanding as you analyze this data, what is it telling you about how we can understand better what are the predictions around our system-wide performance? And we say system a lot. And so I want to also clarify that, or acknowledge that I think when we talk about system-wide changes, system-wide and transformation, things like that, it kind of gets lost. And I would hope that maybe you could also maybe reiterate some of that, because as we look at the root causes, and I'll just read from the slide: the science of reading curriculum, the quality of instruction, access to high quality pre-K. What it makes me wonder is, as you're analyzing this, what are you thinking about as you reflect on this around these system-wide, what are the results of these changes? And then as we think about how we've seen amazing growth, how are we going to sort of maintain or continue that growth? What are our opportunities versus the areas where, we've already made the changes and we're not going to see that growth anymore? sorry, it's a really long question to say, what is your reaction to what you've seen so far? And then where are we going to be able to get more juice out of the squeeze this coming year and in coming years as we think about our, these changes moving forward?
Yeah, it's the right question, and thank you for asking a system-wide question, because I've said on more than one occasion, the real novelty and magic behind the transformation is the whole-scale systemic reform. And I know that's just a phrase that, that bears explaining over and over again. And so when we go to schools and when we look at the results, and even when we look, as you just did, on the actions to be taken, it is useful, and that's why I think it's a great question, to keep in mind that there's a whole system here that has to work together in order to move the results forward. It is not a program. It's not, we've implemented DIBELS, and that's what's going to get us the scores. Or we've implemented Amplify, and that's what's going to get us the scores. That's the old way of thinking. It's programmatic, and no large urban district has been successful with piecemeal incremental reform like that. So when I look at the actions and when we consider the actions and when we go to schools, and like I said, most of you have been to a building, all of you have been to the schools last year, and I'm sure all of us will go to schools this year, but several of you this first week have been. We look at the following things that have to fit together well. Number one is a instructional model that will help differentiate instruction for kids who are behind and then kids who are ahead. There has to be some model to do that, so that the kids who are ahead get challenged. They're not sitting there hearing the same thing over and over again. And the kids who are behind, and we have a lot of them, get more time on any given day on any objective. So we have to have a model like that, and we have to strengthen that or keep that going. The second thing is high-quality instructional materials. That has to be part of it. And high-quality instructional materials are not just the ones that are vetted by research, but it's also how you present that material in a way that teachers can teach it, right? One of the challenges of Amplify, for example, and this is well known in the profession, is that Amplify really rich curriculum, but some teachers find it really hard to implement. It's very detailed, and you have to be on it every day, and so that's really hard for some teachers. Whereas with the NES curriculum, for example, there's the PowerPoint, here's the DOL, here's the lesson objective, here are the 4 differentiated assignment, et cetera, and they're pretty good products. They're done in a way that a teacher can just grab. Yes, they have to internalize that. They have to be familiar with it. But if they, they can tweak it if they don't like, but it's a good base. So that's number 2, that has to be part of it. And then number 3 is just our bread and butter, and that is high quality instruction. So you can have a great curriculum provided for you. You can have a model like NES, but what is the implementation in the classroom on high quality instruction? And so some of you got to see, and Paula is an expert now, she's been in 10 schools, looking at, I don't know, you've been in 40 classrooms at least already, looking at the quality of instruction. And after a while, you get to see what makes good quality. And so there's a science and an art to that. And we've been going over the science all last year and a little bit of the art. This year, for the teachers who already have it down, we're focused more on the art of it. But there's the specific things that you can teach and grow and learn in that. So those 3 for sure are things that have to fit together. But then there's capacity. People are right. If you have too many new teachers that aren't developed, that's going to impact all of that. That's going to impact what we do. So if you're going to have new teachers or inexperienced teachers, then you have to have a really good system to grow them. For example, having the NES curriculum for a new teacher, that's like a godsend, because then they can focus on instruction. They don't have to go home at night looking for these text material. They don't have to draw up the DOL themselves. The curriculum map is there. They put it on the board, and they're ready to go. So that's another thing. Leadership is the fifth thing I talk about. For want of leadership, the village dies. And so the school principals, especially the ones who make sense for their community and for their staffs, the ones who are inspiring them, but also our instructional leaders, they're the ones who are going to do the best in the, not just the STAR scores, but on how the staff feels, how the kids feel, and how the parents feel. And we feel that the principles that we have this year are really strong. But that's still not enough. There's still one other big thing, and that is culture. And this is the hardest to move, and people who don't pay attention to culture also don't get the results they need. And culture is the following elements, right? It's high expectations. You can't just say that. If you're going to have high expectations, you've got to have them. High staff attendance. If you're going to have high staff attendance, you have to work at that, and you have to insist on it. If you're going to have accountability with support, if you're going to have accountability, that's accountability for everybody, and things matter. Outcomes matter. Data matters. Now, I always say this when I say accountability. Accountability without support just breeds fear. So that means you have to have a lot of supports for teachers and principals. And things like this notion of continuous improvement. We don't, we got A and B schools. We have F schools that are now a B. And so let me tie this to your last question, and that is, so how are we going to keep that going, right? So here's I'm sorry, I'm taking too long. Let me be a little bit long, but not too long on the answer to this question. We have schools that went from we have 20 schools that went from an F to a B. We have a handful of schools that went from an F to an A. And obviously we had lots of schools that went from a C to a B or D to a B. How are we going to keep that performance going? Here's the answer. Part of the growth in the STAR, part of the growth in accountability came from just basic blocking and tackling. So when Board Member Campbell says we grew by 6.5 percentage points overall in reading, 3 through 8, and something like 8 percentage points overall by grade, an average of 8, not 8%, an average of 8 in 3 through 8 grade math. Part of that 8% average, I think 2% of it was just basic blocking and tackling, like aligning the curriculum. You have to teach the standards. Like, go figure, right? I mean, we could do nothing else but do that, and that would have gotten us a point or two. We could have done nothing else but say, hey, principals, you got to go in and check your teachers, and teachers, you have to respond to the feedback. We'd do nothing else, and we would have gotten a point or two. So you got to figure that on the 8-point increase, 2 or 3 of those we're not going to get again, and because they're already here. And we just have to maintain that, which we will. So how do we keep that other nice growth? And the answer is we continuously improve. We up the ante on our curriculum, which we're doing. We up the ante on our quality of instruction, which we've now moved to the art of instruction, not just the science of instruction. We up the ante on the instructional model, adding 45 schools to that instructional model. Some of the other schools borrowing from that instructional model. We up the ante on staff capacity by making sure that the principals are on the job coaching better. You saw some of that already in the first week. We'll get better at that. Up the ante on leadership. We have stronger leadership, we believe. The principals who are now here are stronger overall as a group. And then it's the second year of culture. We don't have to fight all the same battles. We'll have fewer battles, but the same expectations, the same staff expectations, the same continuous improvement mindset. So with everybody feeling more comfortable, and some of you have remarked on that, this first week felt way more comfortable than it did a year ago already. Principals told me in this first week, hey, I felt like it was October. I mean, that's how much, how much better it was this year. They felt like the quality of instruction was what they had in October last year, and we're already 2 months ahead of that. So with all that and 10 more school days, hopefully no derecho, we're gonna get the same growth as we did last year. Sorry, that was a long answer to the question.
Ms. Vandy, anything?
Thank you. Really appreciate looking at this and deep diving into it. Point of clarification for the non-educator, what is scaffolding, please? I'm not familiar, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Education ease. So one of the things that help kids who are emergent bilingual or kids who are behind are little supports that we give so that child we don't have to lower the grade level standard, but we can provide an assist, like a step up. Give you a couple examples. On the LSAE, the L and S1 work, the first level of work for kids, what you'll see on most of the assignments is a vocabulary word like storm cellar, and there's a picture of a storm cellar. So emergent bilingual kid or kid who's behind, who's never seen a storm cellar, has a picture of that. Or I'm trying to think of a word I saw today, but even if it's as word as in an aqueduct, there would be a picture of it. But even more simple words like bridge for a third grader. You'd see a bridge and the word defined there. That's what we call a scaffold. So it doesn't stop them from reading grade level text, but it provides them some supports. If you're in math and it has a sample problem right there that shows how you use the distributive property, and it's an example right there, it's easier for the kid, oh, I'm supposed to multiply the 4 by both numbers in the parentheses. You see what I mean? So we call those scaffolds. And you do it on paper, but you can also do it as a teacher when you're teaching the class, providing scaffolds.
Got it, thank you. That was helpful this week when I was helping my son with his Eureka math. So I benefit from scaffolding as well.
And you are the scaffold.
That's not how I learned math.
I needed a scaffold.
He was teaching me. It's not easy, but yeah, he's doing it. So thank you for that. Another question I had is when we are looking, and this is not a new issue, this is an issue that we've seen that I saw as a parent many years ago when I was doing my school choice application, is the fact that we have schools that are A and B schools doing very well, but when we peel back the onion and look at the subgroups, it does not align at all with the A and B grade that is being published. And I see a similar trend here with the non-NES schools and the subgroups. And so, I hear you talking about blocking and tackling will just get us a point or two, or these are some things that'll help with that. When you see that subgroup data at non-NES schools, what conclusions do you draw about, how we close those gaps?
Yeah, and that's, all means all. That's the first thing that comes to mind. We're at a school today, great school. And I noticed in the classroom, in one classroom, and just stood back here, and the kids who were around me were not really getting it. It was a non-NES school. And they also happen to be, black and brown kids. Now, this is a generalization because it's just one school. I haven't looked at the data yet, and the year just started. So, we want to be careful about overgeneralizing. But my point is still taken, I think, and that is we do have schools where kids who are behind don't get the same scaffolding. They don't get the same attention or engagement. And they kind of get missed a little bit. So what are we doing about that? In everybody's defined autonomy, and for everybody's evaluation for principals, we look at those groups, special ed and minority groups. And we look at there's a big enough gap, right? Now, to be fair, principals are looking at that too, not just the district. They're looking at their own gaps and seeing what they can do about it. But we're going to be insistent if the gap is too large that they, in their action plan, they have to have some action to address it, and we are providing metrics to show how that gap is being closed. So it's not going to be fluff like, well, we did this, this, and this process-wide. What is the outcome for those subgroups? So we don't want to break defined autonomy. I mean, we want to have defined autonomy. We want A and B schools to have a certain degree of autonomy. But because of these subpopulations that we're still responsible for, and the board, rightly so, is also focused on, then we need to also provide the data for each school. This is your gap. What are you doing about it? Here are some metrics that we expect to see.
Okay, that's helpful. Again, you know, we know this is not a new problem. For our high-performing schools, we know this is not a new problem. And, you know, when we think about the subgroup populations in those schools versus, say, NES schools, they're much smaller, which, I think about the feasibility of an intervention at that particular school should be reasonable to carry out. I understand it's in their action plan. I understand their metrics. Are these principals getting support and guidance? Because again, these are trends that are not today. So if we have these principals or these leaders that have been there or that have come and gone, what's going to help them, even with an action plan? Because you're right, I know personally some of them have been looking at it, but what's going to help them? What type of support, you know, in that defined autonomy framework is allowable for them to really address it? Because again, we know all kids can grow. We know all kids can learn. So it's really disheartening to see a decline in those schools.
Yeah. So it is a fine line, I gotta say, because we want people to be able to run the A and B schools, you know, for the most part the way they want. Instruction, I've already said, across the board we've got to increase. So to answer your specific questions, the executive directors, the special ed directors will provide support to the principals. I'll give you an example. Today, the same school I'm talking about, I provided some feedback to the principal. Hopefully he'll take it up. Executive directors will follow through to say, here's how you can help those kids. And there was a couple of specific examples I gave. And the EDs do the same thing to help that group of kids in that classroom. And so if that happens often and frequently, and the principal's receptive, and this principal was, and I suspect the ED and he will work out to work it out to where that is an improvement for that teacher and others. I think that's the sort of support we want to provide. Not so much directive, like you will do this, but here's what makes sense instructionally for these kids.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that, and I think that's going to be very beneficial in those spaces. And I just want to lift up again, if we're seeing this persist as it has for decades, and things aren't working, I mean, we know you, Super. You'll make sure it gets fixed. So thank you.
Yeah, well, yeah, you lose autonomy after a while if kids aren't being served, right? I mean, that's all of us, me included.
I'm going to ask a related question because, I'm looking also at the non-NES and the scores there for economically disadvantaged students with disabilities, emergent bilinguals, African American, Hispanic. And my question is, I understand the instructional supports that you're talking about, but from a from a resource allocation standpoint? Or is there any look at that based on these STAR scores? Obviously, you made a plan and budget that we adopted last year, but is there any evaluation of resource allocation, that adjustments that may need to be made based on the scores?
Yeah, so we have and will continue to allocate resources a little bit differently, not just system-wide. So, not just with the NES system or the orbit. For example, the NES schools have slightly smaller class sizes. NES schools have more time in their schedule, which means they probably have more teachers because of literacy and reading intervention portions of their period. We have science of reading teachers in those schools. All of that costs money and resources, and that has been a complaint from some schools or some parties in the community that says, hey, the per pupil funding for NES is higher than the non-NES, and that's a fact because there's teacher apprentices, there's learning coaches, and there's these curricular resources. So we are doing that. We'll continue to monitor that. And we've been able to do that without robbing Peter, right, to pay Paul. That difference in per pupil operating revenue came from central office, 1,400 positions this last year, the second half of the year. There were a few hundred the first half of the year. So, yes, more resources going to those kids who need it.
And I'm speaking specifically about the group of students that both Cassandra and I were talking
That
about
are in, like,
at
the
the
A,
non
B.
and the A and B. Has there been any analysis of whether there should be, I don't know, a set of reading interventionists or some resource allocation that's different from what we've got based on the STAR scores, which we didn't have before?
Yes, you're really challenging me, and you're trying to get me in trouble with the A and B schools, but
I'm not really. I'm just I'm asking whether there's been analysis of that. It's just a.
No, look, you're absolutely right, though. I mean, there are pockets of kids, and we know that, in some of our schools, and we at some point we'll get you the data for every school. Let's wait till this NWA data comes out, and we can analyze that for you and give it to you. The schools where there's a minority achievement gap or special ed achievement gap that's kind of large, and we can give it to you. And we haven't done as much as far as providing additional resources for those campuses, for the A and B schools, because we're trying to be careful of, running their program. And so they're charged with eliminating gaps, putting in their action plan, putting a metric tied to it, and then doing something about it. And they have to use resources that they have in the schools to do that, which means they have to prioritize. And, prioritization means that you may not be able to have this staff position, I won't name any, for fear of just being, getting people angry. You may not be able to have the staff position. Let's just say testing coordinator. You have testing coordinator, maybe an AP has to do that work in order to put additional resources into the black and brown kids that are behind. But that's a choice people make in those schools. Yes, ma'am.
So that is a different skill in terms of business and management and resource allocation that most principals don't naturally develop if you come up in traditional pathways. When we talk, and you are responsible for the entire district, and yes, we're going to just keep asking for more, but when we talk about resources, it may not mean, we may not be asking resources, meaning, are you going to come in and give things, but like literally, is there space to analyze if these principals really do have enough budget to change that achievement gap and maintain a great school? Like, is there space to deal with the realities of that tough thing that we're talking about?
That's a fair question, and here's the answer that most people will not like. They do have the budget, but anytime you have money and time are scarce resource in this district and have always been, and especially last year. And so we provide technical assistance on the budget, but we don't tell them what to do. But I've looked at many budgets, and if I was prioritizing instruction and the lowest performing kids, there are several things that I would do differently that can be done without degrading the program. But like I said, there are positions that people have gotten used to, they don't want to get rid of, and so that's a choice. But what we've done in the NES orbit, besides the additional resources, is we've made tougher choices. And there aren't, the people are in the teacher apprentices and learning coaches. Other than that, there's not as many office managers. There's not paraeducators except for sped para. There's not a lot of additional testing coordinators, librarians.
But we talk about the urgency of now, and there are disadvantaged kids in some of our awesome, in other ways, schools right now. So it makes me very nervous hearing all the solutions for one section and a lot of let's hope it works out well in the other. That concerns me.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that we have said so that we can hold on to defined autonomy is that instruction will continue to improve. Besides providing guidance, we would have to be a little bit more directive. And part of me said, let's trust the principals for this year. Let's see how it goes. Let's see if they close the gap and, with their solutions. And then, over time, this is what you were saying earlier, over time, if they can't get it done, then we can be more directive.
I would also say, and look at collaborative leadership models. Like there are ways for you to coach and provide resources, including resources about budgeting that just a lot of principals don't have what you're, that it doesn't have to be directive or hopeful, but that the district finds a way to support a whole half of the district in super tangible ways about systemic things that plague the whole country. So it's, this hard stuff we're talking about, so.
Yes, I appreciate that. And everybody goes through the training, by the way, on systems and action planning and budgeting. We have good processes, good templates for that. We're allowing at this point a lot more autonomy. And I hear you saying, look, let's ensure, even with the autonomy, that the kids who really need it get the support. And that might mean, providing additional resources if the budget's there, or working collaboratively to say, hey, these kids need support. You may not, you have to give up something else over here. What is it?
Ms. Mendoza?
So happy we went to the last school we went to today because it was not an NES school. And some of the things I learned today with the ED there and the area superintendent is that even though it was an NES school, they were using some of the curriculum for the NES by choice. But after we were done and there was kind of a follow-up of what did you see and what do you need, is that I'm hopeful that this is in the whole system, that they did talk about what their needs were or how the district could help them, how the support was there. And they talked about collaborating, and I can't remember the one position that they talked about. Hey, do you have somebody that could be a joint
SPED director, especially director, department chair, special ed department chair.
So it was good to see, because the point you're making, which we're always talking about, it's the whole district, right? But it was good to see that they're not an NES school, but they had a need, and it came up, and the question was asked, and it was really nice to see that the opportunities were there to collaborate and say, how can we help you? We'll see if somebody's available here. I asked the same question some time ago about, do we give the principals, now that they're getting their budgets, I didn't know how it was before, so are they given a budget 101? They don't run a business ordinarily, so I don't know if that was in their curriculum or what they learned, but I thought that was very important too. So where am I going to put money? And I'm going to take it from here and there, and where do I need it more? And so I asked that question, so I'm glad you brought it up again. And I was told that they are given a 101 budgeting and as they're going through. But I was happy that I was able to see that today, because it was not an NES school, but they were getting the support.
And we can do even more this next budget cycle, given these questions on helping them with their budgeting process. Again, we'll try to define autonomy, but providing that support for developing a good budget.
Okay, let's move on to math.
And I think we can be faster here because it's very similar, but let me get to the math then. So this is math, and the board knows that we hit our goal, and overall in math we went up by a point. The state, I believe, went down in almost every math. And you can see we hit our targets and everything. That our white students was off by 1 point, but they're already fairly high. And in our NES schools, really, for example, in third grade math, all students, it was a 7-point increase. We had an 8% increase on average in our 3 through 8 math. So that's huge. And you can see the growth in the other areas. Our African American students only grew by 4 points, but that was 4 percentage points in the NES orbit. So math, I think we did really well this year. Here's what it looks like. Our goal for next year is 41. We will maintain that. And then you can see the growth over time that we're shooting for. And so these are the scores compared to the last several years for African American students. So we tied the state average. This is for Hispanic students. Beat the state average for Hispanics. Oops, sorry, that's going the wrong way. Bilingual students on the left there, above the state average again, and students with disabilities, I'm very proud of this group, beating the state average for students with disabilities. Here, it's very similar to what board member Jeanette Garza-Lindner asked me, and that's the systemic approach. So specifically, yes, high quality instruction and the quality of materials and high quality instruction, but it has to do with those other things I just talked about too. The goal progress measurement, again, we will have NWA data beginning of the year after next week, and we didn't change the goal or the target, but we far surpassed the target. That's because the beginning of the year was 2024. But we can adjust those if the board wishes to, but I didn't want to do it for this presentation because we didn't have board permission. And then for the NWA NES math growth, you see we far surpassed the target there too. And if we stay on this trajectory, we're going to hit our 5-year target. So questions around the math?
I I have just one question, and I think I've asked it before, but I think this is an ongoing question about the correlation between NWEA map and STAR. I'm sure you have not completed whatever analysis it is, but are y'all, I'm assuming, undertaking some kind of analysis to look at that for our purposes, specifically because we've got goal progress measures, a lot of them that are based on NWEA map, and then if so, when do you think that we'll kind of have clarity on that?
So, yes, there's a couple things we can do. Number one, there's a specific calculation that our performance management team does, or data analytics team does, around the correlation between NWA and MAP, or MAP and STAR. And so we'll run that. Beginning of the year data is very variable, so it's hard to tie that down. A better metric that I use, and we presented it, is met expected growth compared to all the kids in the nation. When you hit 55 or 60 for met expected growth, then you know you're going to be growing in your proficiency. So that's a good metric. And even today, looking at the STAR data and we look at the NWA data, there's always a correlation between met expected growth. In fact, we had a little mix-up in this week on the data for one of the schools, because I looked at the NWA data, and it was the met expected growth was 65, 68, and the STAR data declined. So I already knew, okay, so what's going on here? There's some kind of mistake, and sure enough, we mixed the elementary school and middle school by the same name. And when we got the actual NWA data, the scores were in the 40s. And then that matches the STAR. So we'll look at we'll give you that, met expected growth. But keep in mind, in the beginning of the year data, it's beginning of the year. So you don't have much to go on. We will compare beginning of the year to end of year, but you won't have much to go on until you hit mid-year.
Thank you. Anybody over here on math? Ms. Linder?
Based on everything I've heard tonight so far, one thing that I'd like to present as, I guess, something to explore, and this is for you, and I think my colleagues as well, all of us, is thinking about, I guess I'm really thinking about, the levers. What are the strong levers we have to continue moving forward? And I've already asked that question, right? But what really sticks with me is about the quality of instruction and the different things that are happening to continue to improve. And something you mentioned that resonated with me was around the spot observation data for teachers, the IRT scores as well. And it makes me imagine some kind of relationship, or what sort of predictive or insightful information can we get from that data, plus data maybe like, the number of new teachers or new people in the system versus, those that have been through this system for a year, how that might correlate or not with student outcomes. So you're making me very curious and excited to see this information, and I wonder what your reaction is to that.
Yeah, I get excited too, but I'm a geek, so when you're talking, I'm looking at this. I can see scatter plots in my head. And the scatter plot we're going to run is just that. So the NWA data, or other kind of outcomes versus the number of teaching years of experience. So I ran that data, for example, for principals. I ran the data for their evaluation and their STAR accountability numbers, and looked at the correlation between the two, and the correlation is high. I also ran the data for principals on years of experience and the STAR accountability, and the correlation is very low. So we'll run the data for teachers too, because I think your question is very important. The bottom line, though, is this. If our EDs are well-trained, when you have people with good instructional lens going to class, you can tell right away what the NWA data and the STAR data is going to be for kids who are behind. Now, the A and B schools, kids who are already there, that's a little bit different. But for kids who are behind, I can go into the classroom and I can tell, based on the quality of instruction. But we'll back that up with data. And then the question is, can we provide specific supports for those teachers who are further behind on the quality of instruction based on two things. One is the spot observation, but also on the scores. And if you combine those two, they're going to be correlated, and then we can provide specific supports. But it also means, again, looking systemically, you have to have a principal with a good instructional lens. So if you don't have that, it's going to be harder for that school to move. Individual teachers is one thing, but as a school as a whole, that's going to be harder if you don't have a principal with an instructional lens. EDs know that. I think the principals really appreciated the training this summer. In fact, we had comments from principals saying, I now feel way more confident that I can go into a classroom and assess the quality of instruction. So they're feeling more confident too.
Ms. Flowers, oh, did you have a follow-up, or Ms. Flowers?
I had a follow-up, but.
Okay, go ahead.
Follow-up to that is, again, I think I want to push on this because it resonated with me on the school tour, which is understanding high-quality instruction. I understood that better on a school tour surrounded by experienced educators and leaders who could clue me in on things like scaffolding and other things happening. And what was very exciting on the tour was that I could see that room and know there were things happening that I didn't recognize, but I knew that there was something there that was happening, right? That was very important. You and your team in the follow-up could then very quickly go, you could break it down, and I could hear you, talking about these different elements and things you observed and then things you would, improve or change. But most of us are laymen, and we're going to talk a lot about the importance of high-quality instruction this year. If that's the biggest lever we have for student growth and improvement. But as regular folks, parents, citizens, what value would you place on us, coming along for the ride and understanding that as a way to see, to help those improvements come along for our students?
Yeah, I always think it's valuable when board members go into schools, especially if you're tagging along with somebody who has an instructional lens and can guide you through what's going on. Because there's two big important things. One thing, it's important to know that this is not magic, right? This is tough work. No wonder there are teachers who, in some cases, are stressed out because it's an art. And no wonder not everybody can teach. It's okay. I mean, it doesn't make them bad people, doesn't make, them, incompetent and generally. It just means that some of these really key science and art things of teaching is not for everybody. So that's one thing. The other thing, it's important to see as we go along, and we've started, my fault that I didn't do more of this last year, but we started to talk about what quality instruction means to the board, but also to a broader audience, so that they can see where we're headed. What's the big deal with this LSAE curriculum? What's the big deal with scaffolding? Why are you talking about that? Who cares? Well, it is a big deal, and here's why. And you can see it real time in the classroom. That's the thing. And if you go with somebody who kind of has that instructional lens, then you will understand more than at a layman's point of view what high-quality instruction is.
Ms. Flowers?
Yes, so I appreciate the discussion and thinking about data analysis. It made me think about something I want to ask. So the research says, the studies say that the school leader, if they're an instructional leader, it's the biggest lever on student achievement. The research says it all the time. You say it all the time. You say it's because it's research. You are not making this up. So with that, I'm rereading Malcolm Gladwell's Outliers. Have you looked at any outlier schools that are killing it for no good reason? Meaning you don't know why, but they're outliers. If you haven't, please can someone go look and can we talk about that kind of collaboration of replicating? Because we have an NES model, but you also have leaders in the same system finding ways to be incredibly successful. Have y'all looked yet? Have you found them? And have you guys started talking to them and have them talk to the other leaders?
Yes, we did some of that last year, just recognizing that the principals who were doing great on instruction, not just in NES, just instructional lens. And so the division suits would have EDs who would take them around. Chief Sandy Massey had several visits of the principal apprentices going to those outlier schools. We have better data now, and so we'll be doing the same thing, looking at several schools. The accountability we'll give you on Monday for each school, and you'll see there are several outlier schools. You know, when you go from an F to an A, you're an outlier. But there's also, having said that, there's also some principals who may not be an outlier on the STAR NWA, but they're an outlier on the 6 things I'm talking about, pulling it together. And so we're now having discussions about, hey, we've got some principals who didn't go from an F to an A. They only went from an F to a C. My God, you know, that they just did good, you know, but no champagne. They're all that, but no bag of chips. But they also did some phenomenal things given the hand they were given the pushback or other cultural bad habits or just low capacity or such a, like a low F, 50, right, which is the lowest you can get, right? And just those sorts of things, or turnover, or any number of things. And they held it together and got only, you know, an F to a C. So, yes, is the answer. We're looking at those sorts of things too, so that they can be a proof point or example.
And specifically, I'm steering you towards non-NES because I'm saying I get y'all have a handle on that group. We're asking how can the leaders in the other group work together on these things.
Yeah,
and not talking about the A's to the F's, but talking about those inside groups of populations that they figured out how to raise those numbers, but that they're working together on that.
Can I just mention, you know, not just one example, I got to brag about Pin Oak, for example. That is a principal who's an outlier on so many different things. It's non-NES, a school that's doing well, but it's not just doing well on academics. There are so many other things. It is a model school, and enrollment's going up, and it's just going to keep growing. That's what you're talking about. And
that's what we're talking about, and we want to keep those leaders in the seats. So we're not talking about promoting them. We're talking about having them coach the other leaders.
That's an unfortunate side
Moving
effect.
on. Sorry, Pinnock. I mean, promote. But I'm just saying generally, how do we keep those leaders in the seats and spread their leadership, you know, so it's contagious?
Prince of Vela is who
All right, let's go to this side. Mr. Martinez.
Let me say, I appreciate the conversations that we're having today. I think this is probably the most robust we've had. I mean, we've had one full year now, so I think we're all understanding the model a little bit different, systemic reform. What have we learned, and what has the administration learned from last year to this year with regard to NES implementation, LSAE model, team center, even leadership? What has leadership learned throughout this past year and to improve culture, retention, all this good stuff? What have we learned this year that will help us improve our scores?
Yeah, so one of the things is consistency of implementation and consistency of directive and observation from the top down. In other words, I might say something, or the division suits might say, hey, this is the instruction, or the chief of leadership, Sandy Massey, might say this, or Ina Myers in NES, and then it gets implemented or passed down in a slightly different way, which impacts the instructional quality. And it you know, frustrates people because someone saying this, and then the IRT team is looking at this. Now, overall, that worked, but there are enough examples of it being inconsistent that that's something we know we can do better at, and that will make the model even better. We learned that demo days are really important, but you can't overdo it because you kill the teachers. Demo days are when they have to demonstrate to their colleagues, and usually it happens on Thursday at PLC, which runs from 4:15 to 5:15, the hour after school. And so one of those, maybe two, is what I've been telling people, but I got asked this week from a principal, can we do 3? And I go, that's kind of overkill, guys. You're going to kill your teachers. That's what I'm talking about. Somebody who thinks, well, demo day is good, but let's just drive it every day or every other day, and that's too much. So demo days work, though. The other thing is really the principals appreciate being taught good instructional strategies and being instructional experts. They feel way more confident going into the classroom. They don't go overzealous because of it. They're looking at the right things. So our investment in the principals last year, this summer, is good, but also means that over the next month, we're going to really have to focus on the new principals to bring them up to speed with the others. So those are the sorts of things that I think is going to keep it going. I think the other thing we learned is that the curriculum does work and the teachers do like it. So making sure that curriculum is stronger, scaffolded, but much more differentiated, much easier for teachers to apply, that's going to be huge for everybody. I mean, yes, in the NES orbit, but so many other teachers are going to be using it. Even if they pick and choose, they're still going to be using it.
Anybody else over here? Okay. Yes, Mr. Ravon?
I'm going to try to take a different angle, but I think it's still in the same light, but I want to be careful to tread in the most appropriate way at a governance level. And I think about what I've learned this past year, and I'm looking at the math scores, and I think about calibrating sort of what that NWEA is telling us and helping us to grow. But what I really learned when I think about blocking and tackling in business and in schools now is utilizing best practices in a defined way makes it easier to achieve. NES is essentially a model that we've implemented in schools. We defined what success looks like. We can track towards that success and hold each other accountable at achieving that goal. Where I'm concerned is when we talk about all schools is that we've got several other models throughout our district, and some are implementing best practices and some are not. One of the challenges is kind of coalescing that information in a way that we all can, support one another in achieving success. And so I think about one of the greatest opportunities for us in developing KPIs based on those varying models, because we've got an IB model, we've got a magnet drama model, or X, Y, and Z. And so I think about developing a set of KPIs that helps us continue to track towards success in all of those areas, so that we know whether we're navigating towards the success that we want to achieve. And I bring that to the fore just because I think this is this sentiment is kind of running throughout our ability to excel and achieve the 15% percentage points goal by 2028. At some point, will hit a ceiling. And we don't want to hit a ceiling. And how we, I believe, avoid that is ensuring that we're blocking and tackling all throughout. And one of the ways we can do that is begin to think about how we track success in all of those, whether it's taking those action plans and extrapolating things that we can work towards and know that all of our schools are on target, and be able to visually hold those leaders accountable through you, so that what is measured is achieved. And so we want to help you with that by bringing more light to those things that are successful and where we're navigating away from by having a set of KPIs that really gets us to all navigate in the same direction.
Yeah, I think that's really good thinking from my perspective. I think that makes a lot of sense. How we get there is going to be, we have to finesse a little bit, but we can start with the action plan. So the overall metric, of course, for now is STAR and NWA. And everybody, even the A and B schools, have that KPI, right? But what you're saying also is really important, because if the models are different and it's one of 6 things that we're looking at, maybe we can set some KPIs for each model. That's kind of essentially what you're saying. So in IB school, here's some metrics in your action plan that would make it better for the kids in the IB program, especially the underserved kids or the kids who are behind. Montessori, here's some KPIs. Again, right now we still have STAR, we have NWA. So let me give that a little bit more thought, because maybe in the action plans, as we grow, I think you're right. If we don't, here's what I also hear you saying, if we don't capture some of that even in the A and B schools, in all schools, if we don't grow that certain portion of kids who are behind, we are going to hit a ceiling. And so, let's start with the support we had this year, and maybe move to some KPIs for the following year. But I take the point, and it's a really important one.
Okay, Mr. Campo or Ms. Arnold? And if not, we will move on. Thank you, Superintendent. That was very robust. Thank you, board members. A good, lot of questions. Uh-oh, my computer went black. I think we have to hit my computer. Okay. Do I have a motion to accept the board monitoring update, presentation of goals 1 and 2? I have a motion by Ms. Bandy and a second by Ms. Flowers. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote.
I vote yes.
Oh, Mr. Campo indicates his vote is yes, and Ms. Arnold, thumbs up, okay. We have 9 in favor, 0 opposed, the motion passes. Thank you again, Superintendent, that was very informative and important. Okay, we are now on to the acceptance of board monitoring update, the presentation of constraint 2, progress measures 2.1 and 2.2. Ms. Benson's here for us.
Good evening, Board of Managers. Tonight I'll be giving an update on constraint number 2. The superintendent shall not allow ineffective support systems and processes for students receiving special education services across the district to negatively impact individual education program development and implementation. And so constraint measure 2.1, the district will decrease the percentage of initial eligibility ARD committee meetings conducted in compliance with federally required timelines from 87% in June 2023 to 100% in June 2024, and maintain that 100% compliance through June 28, that's a mouthful, right? But at the end of the 22-23 school year, we reported to you all that the district had missed 515 initial ARD timelines. And so last year, we really worked hard to put procedures in place, and were able to meet all our timelines except for 9. I do want to also give you a little more data in initial ARD meetings. This year we had 4,499 students that we evaluated for special education, which was an increase of like 366 from previous year. So not only are we assessing more students, but we're also meeting our timelines in that assessment. And so the next step to this is we submit our data to the state. It's called the State Performance Plan Indicator 11, which is 100% federally required element. And you can see with our local data, we're at 99.8%. We will submit for clarification, so those 9 that we missed the timelines, we will submit our data. Some of those were due to parental scheduling delays, meeting their scheduling needs so that they could participate in their child's ARDS. We had one that really was a language translation issue where we of a language that we just couldn't find a translator for. So we will submit our clarification information to the state, and then we'll receive a final compliance report from the state on the final percentage. So this number right here is just our data that we will be presenting to the state for clarification, and they will send us back a final number. Our success in this is really attributed to the collaboration of the unit team. So our division superintendents, our executive directors of feeders, as well as our special education directors work closely looking at weekly reports, making sure that these initial ARDs are scheduled on time. And we've started the school year really full throttle. In the last 10 days, we have conducted over 218 ARDs on time. And so we're going to continue that compliance to get to that 100% compliance indicator. Any questions on that?
Board members, this side? No?
One
On
quick
this side?
question.
Mr. Martinez?
Yeah, we can go back. I noticed that in the previous screen, page 23, we know that there's an uptick in January and February. Are there specific times of the years where we see this increase or this demand?
Thank you for bringing that up, because even in our, we missed dates in this August and September window because we were working on getting our processes put in place. 4 of those 9 came from that October, September, and then we also see right around when school's out, the holiday breaks really are a time that we have to be more vigilant in our focus. But like I said, it was really just putting a solid system and monitoring system in place to achieve this goal, to make sure that our students were getting their services on time. And don't want to discount our evaluation staff, our diagnosticians, our school psychologists and speech pathologists. They have to get all of those evaluations done in a timely manner in order for those ARDs to happen. And so they play a huge part in this as well.
Thank you. Ms. Arnold, anything from you? Okay, let's move on to 2.2, please.
The constraint measure 2.2 discussed the percentage of IEPs reviewed by an independent team from the special education department for compliance and delivery of services. We will increase from 7% in January of 2024 to 20% by June 2028. At the beginning of this school year, we created a targeted folder review of special education where we actually touched every campus and reviewed 5 folders from every campus at the middle of the year. This was definitely had to calibrate and train our special education team to make sure they had that solid foundation before we went out and started reviewing those folders. We were able to provide our principals at the end of that folder review a folder review summary where they actually could see their areas of strength as well as their areas of opportunity. The principals really and the executive directors along with the special education team really worked collaboratively when they got those reviews. That, you know, if they didn't do well, they wanted to do better, as we all do want to do better for students, and sometimes it's just a lack of knowledge or a knowledge gap there, or even a system not being in place, like with our situation with the initial ARDS. So our teams really worked with the individual principals to create those systems. And by the time that we did our end-of-year review, in fact, at the principals training in August, I had some principals coming up and going, I improved in this area to this. And so they were super proud of you know, being able to see that and also seeing the growth in their students. So at the end of the year, we were able to review 2,692 folders, which was actually 12.4% of our student population. And so we're going to continue that's a great, we've created this baseline this year of how our campuses are doing as far as compliance and quality instruction in special education, but we're going to continue to expand on that with the possibility of, now that we know how campuses are doing, looking at probably some differentiation of support as well as folder review. We'll continue on. Of course, our goal is that we review 15% of this year to meet. We're well on our way to that 20% goal by 2028. So we may blow the socks off that 15% as well. But also adding, reviewing some of the questions and saying, you know what, they did really well on this. So let's push them a little more, and we have other areas that we need to work on, so let's do some more training in this area and make that part of the folder review. We did take the data that we received from those folder reviews, and we created training for our principals as well as our teachers back to school. So all principals went through training the last few weeks on their role in the ARD committee, as well as what does the implementation of the IEP look like in the classroom. That's where we're seeing probably the biggest disconnect, is what is on the paperwork, how do we see that in the classroom. So really spent some time with the principals doing some activities on what that would look like, how can I monitor that. And then with our teachers in their job alike, we focused on, okay, how do I create attainable IEP goals, because they're 1 year. Students are supposed to attain these goals within 1 year, as well as that specially designed instruction in the classroom, and progress monitor that goal. Just like our general education teachers take grades, our special education teachers take data points on IEP goals weekly, so that our parents are informed with their progress report as they get the report card. So a lot of exciting things happening. Really excited about the upcoming school year as we continue just to expand and improve instruction for our students with disabilities. Any questions?
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions, Ms. Flowers?
I just so appreciate the work that is put into this. And I just want to call out, because some of these things can sound like it's compliance or a data point, but each folder is a child, and these IEPs are what they need to access their education. So when we talk about these hard 100% deadlines, it is because they can't get anything else before this. So it's so urgent. And so sometimes these reports kind of seem like check, 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 but I just want to say out loud, for the students and for the parents, this is everything, because school doesn't start until this gets done. So I just appreciate the real human work and the change that is happening because of this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else over here? Questions, comments, concerns? Ms. Garza-Linder?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Just a clarification, because I think you touched on this throughout your report, and to your point, thank you for helping me understand, because these constraint progress measures feel very, compliance focused. And so I appreciate maybe understanding what you look forward to from a quality perspective as we look forward. Again, so much base work has been done. As that continues as you're able to build on that, what do you look forward to as we think about the quality, that we want to provide for our special ed students?
So definitely, as we review those folders, some of the things that we don't just look at the folder, we also look at if a student requires in-class support. Maybe in their IEP, it says that they need math, inclusion support, 30 minutes twice a week, something like that. We also are looking at those teachers' schedules to make sure that they match, so that they're actually getting that support in that classroom. Then after we see that it's there, how is that IEP being implemented? And so just expanding from the folder review this year is really doing some actual case study walks of students. We've done them like through the paperwork version of that student, but actually let's just pick some random students and walk their schedule today and see what that looks like. So expanding on that and really focusing on that quality of instruction and specially designed instruction.
Thank you. Anybody over here? Mr. Vaughn?
Thank you. I'm glad we're making some good strides towards getting to the goal. And I think about going forward, do you feel like we've got all the supports needed now to achieve the 100% this school year?
Yeah, yes. Even last school year, I think when I gave my team that 100% goal, they were like, we were at 87%. But it really, again, was about putting a system in, and we're always going to have those challenges. Like out of those 9, 3 of those are we were trying to meet a parent scheduling. And so we're going to submit that for clarification. We're hoping that TEA will see that it was, we were wanting parent participation in the ARD process. And hopefully we won't know the final say until after they review our data that we send in. I think we definitely have the system in place. There's always room for human error because some of this reports that we use to monitor, a typo can change a compliance rate. But I do think that we do have the supports to make the 100%.
Awesome. And we currently have 2 conservators, correct?
Yes.
They help with strategy, I'm assuming, but do they also help on the academic side with some sort of implementation?
Correct. And so part of the things that we're working with them on right now is updating our operating procedures for special education. So making sure that we have a solid manual in writing on what this looks like that you can pick up and implement.
Got it. And so the TA essentially installed 2 conservators, correct?
Correct.
So there's a methodology behind how and when we take the training wheels off?
That would be a TEA question. But yes, I mean, we have, and I know you all get the conservator reports, as I do as well. But we have specific indicators that we have to meet. This timeline being one of them, one of many, because I believe there's 7 key actions on there that we have to achieve before conservatorship is no longer with us. But that's another piece to this, is that prior to this year, that information hadn't been readily available to the team for whatever reason. So we make sure at at my meetings that we revisit what are our action steps to release from conservatorship, because it is important that that's our goal. That's our goal, is to get things right for our kids, but also to return the district back to a board.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's awesome. I just wanted to kind of bring that to the fore. And then the second part was on constraint 2.2 constraint measure. We set the target at 20% file review. And I don't know where that number came from, but we did do better this year. I just wonder, are we looking to do 20% this year and sustain it? Or are you looking to slightly ratchet it up over the course of time?
I would say slightly ratchet it up, because as our numbers are increasing in special education. So I think our PEMS number at the end of last year was October of last year was 18,000 something, and in May we were up to 21,640 students with IEPs. So when that number goes up, the percentage goes up, and the capacity to do all of those. And that's why we were really looking at a tiering system as well, so that we're focusing on our neediest campuses.
Got it. Thank you so much. This is very helpful, just to bring everyone along with this part of the story, which is so important. And as you said, we've got 10% of our students kind of in this space, right. 10 to 13% roughly. And they're, to Board Member Flowers' earlier comments, so it's so important to ensure that we continue to look at all of our students. And this is a very important population to all of us.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez, did you have something?
Yeah, just a brief question. First of all, thank you. This is tremendous work you and your team have done. The more I look at these numbers, I realize that the principal job is challenging. They have to look at all facets of education. I mean, we just looked at math and reading, but now it's special ed, students with disabilities. So it's a lot of work. So thank you to the principals too, who come in and day out to observe and make sure everything goes well on the campus. I know that the metric here is the percent of IEPs that are reviewed. I think what might be beneficial for me is to look at that 12.4%, how many of them were compliant and how many of them were not. I think that might be useful. Can you just give us a ballpark figure of those 12.4% of those that were reviewed, how many of them were compliant?
So I can give you like areas that we definitely are doing well in, as well as areas of opportunity. And so the areas that we're really doing well in are our timelines, making sure that we have the right people in our ARD committees. The areas where we're again, just need that extra support is that implementation of taking that IEP and how do I monitor that in the classroom? What does that look like in the classroom? And so those are our areas that we're really focusing on this year, which will lead to better instructional quality.
And just to follow up, how do you all measure like delivery of services that is actually happening? Like, how do you measure that?
So we look at the students' schedule of services in the ARD. So based on what the ARD committee decided. So exactly what I said before, like 30 minutes twice a week in class support for math. Maybe a student needs that. And so we're looking to make sure that that teacher schedule matches that, because you don't want to overserve either, but you cannot underserve our students. And then we're looking at their logs, as well as the teacher who serves that students, their progress monitoring. And then as principals are doing their spot observations and we're looking at our classrooms, we're looking to see, do they have the accommodations, the behavior intervention plans, whatever that our committee decide, and do we see those things being implemented within that classroom? So those are the things that we're looking for.
Okay. I'm not going to ask unless someone gives me a, nope, we're good? Okay. Very good. Thank you very much. Very informative, very helpful. Much appreciated to you and your staff. Okay, so is there a, well, first, let's get to the right screen, guys. Do I have a motion to accept the board monitoring update presentation of constraint 2 progress measures 2.1 and 2.2? I've got a motion by Mr. Ravon and a second by Ms. Lindner with no discussion? No? Okay, let's vote. What I have listed on my screen is the motion by Angela LeBon Flowers and a second by Paula Mendoza. Is that the correct motion? Okay. All right, please vote.
I vote yes.
Thank you. Ms. Arnold, yes? Okay, thank you. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next, we will consider action items on the agenda. Board policy requires board members to abstain from all discussion and votes pertaining to contracts that might involve a conflict of interest. Board policy BBFA local defines a conflict of interest as any circumstance that could cast doubt on a board member's ability to act with total objectivity with regard to the district's interests. We will now discuss item 7, review of the board's quarterly self-evaluations, which has been pulled from the consent agenda. The exit criteria from the TEA stipulates that our board must achieve meets focus status for 7 of the 9 competencies that comprise the Lone Star governance framework. Our board coach has synthesized the results of our quarterly self-evaluation for tonight's discussion, and everyone has received a copy of that attachment, and it's been updated in the agenda packet. Can I have a motion to accept this item, and we'll have a discussion about it briefly, assuming we have a motion to accept. A motion to accept from Ms. Mendoza and a second from Ms. Lindner. Is there any question or discussion? If not, I will quickly go through the evaluation so we can have a brief discussion. Okay. Hold on, I'm going to put it up on the screen. I think. Is it on the screen? It's on my screen. Okay, great. Okay, so I think everyone's had an opportunity to review this. Like I said, I'm going to go through it relatively quickly because we've had an opportunity to look at it and speak with the board coach if we had any questions. But as we go through it, stop me and we can talk about different aspects of our self-evaluation. Okay, so let's start with Vision and Goals 1, Student Outcome Goals Meets Focus. And I'm sorry, let me get myself to. Hold on. Where's mine? Sorry, guys. Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay. On this one, we have scored a 12 out of 15, which is meets focus on this particular metric. Does anybody want to talk about that or have any different score that they think we should have scored on this first item? No? Okay, I'm going to move down then. Vision and Goals 2, Goal Progress Measures meets focus. On this one, likewise, we were at 12 of 15 points. On Vision and Goals 3, we are at 3 out of 10 points. On this particular item, which is on constraints, we will advance, as it says here, to approach focus once the board adopts board constraints and refines constraint number 3. As the board is aware, we have a training in mid-September, and at that time we'll talk about board constraints. We've already had one workshop on it, but we're gonna hopefully solidify board constraints during that meeting in mid-September. And once we do that, and refine constraint 3, we will achieve approaches focus. As the board is aware, we have created a subcommittee to look at constraint 3. Language has been drafted and shared with superintendent. Okay, vision and goals. Oh, sorry, does anybody want to talk about that? Okay, number 4, Vision and Goals 4, Constraint Progress Measures, Approaches Focus. We will return to Meets Focus, again, upon finalizing a refined constraint language. So we're at 2 of 5 there. Anything on that one? Different scores? Okay. All right. Here's one that's important. So progress and accountability, 1, 50% time investment. We're presently at approaches focus. You'll remember that this is the largest delta in our scores for self-evaluation this quarter versus last, and it really has to do with the percentage of time that we've spent on student outcomes. Part of that is attributable to the fact that we've had multiple meetings, both about the budget and about bond, all of which are very important items. And so, especially given the robust discussion tonight, Superintendent and everybody, we're hopeful that we'll return back to above 50% of our time spent focused on student outcomes.
Clarification.
Yes, ma'am. Oh,
We have questions.
okay, Ms. Lindner.
Does tonight's discussion about our gold progress measures count against our time usage or towards it?
Towards it.
Towards it. Okay,
Yeah.
so like we're doing better.
We're doing, well, I mean, if you were to count tonight,
Yeah,
I think we spent
tonight's-
a significant amount of time on it. I obviously wasn't timing it, but yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
So along those same lines, what are we thinking about how to improve that? Just, I mean, is it just not have a bond and a budget workshop? Which I'm okay with.
You know, I understand that. I mean, the time is going to fluctuate from time to time. At the end of the day, we want to maintain above 50% of our time speaking about student outcomes. I mean, that's why we're all here. But obviously, we kind of had a convergence of 2 major things that we had to deal with at one time in the last couple of months. So I think it'll even out. But I do expect that, I mean, we're going to have robust discussions about budget on an annual basis, so that's just the way it's going to be. Any other comments, questions, concerns? Okay. The next item is progress and accountability 2. We are at do not meet focus, but do not despair. We will get there because we have this is really based on 2 different things. One is that we have to do a self-evaluation no more than 45 days prior to the most recent superintendent's evaluation. We have not yet done a superintendent's evaluation. When that happens in October, that particular metric will be met. And also, we are working on getting an average cost of staff time spent on governance using a staff use tracker, so that will also can be met and should be met. And so this particular metric can and should achieve meets focus in the next quarter. Okay, and then the last item is systems and processes, which is at approaches focus, and we will sustain it until the time that we do a complete policy diet process. So that is just an item that needs to be undertaken, which we're anticipating will happen, or at least start before the end of this year. Ashley has provided us here with the steps to achieve the 64-point target. You can see it down here, kind of in the middle of the screen, and it really just highlights the items that I've discussed a moment ago. Does anybody have anything else they want to talk about or share or discuss related to our self-evaluation? Start over here. Nothing? Good. Oh, Ms. Linder.
Gonna mess up our time use. I appreciate walking through this again to kind of bring us all back to what we're supposed to be focusing on in these meetings. And so the structure and the data and the references, I appreciate a lot.
Yeah, I think Ms. Paz did a really nice job of providing us some additional detail in this format. So I think it's been good, at least for me, to be able to look at it and see where we can improve and areas where we continue to grow. Anybody over here? No? Okay. Anybody on the Zoom? Okay.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
I was just going to make one point about the receiver report on the cost of staff time dedicated to supporting governance no later than the annual self-evaluation. So if it's 45 days before the super, so that's September, which is pretty close. One thing I talked to Ashley, our coach, about was, getting a report. It's just like, what does it mean? Having some baseline, having some kind of comparison, understanding, when we pulled on the staff a lot and maybe when we haven't, what was going on. I think just a report with numbers isn't going to make sense to us. So I did talk about her trying to get us some data that we can compare it to.
Good. Okay. Then you have been subcommitted to be in charge of the report. Thank you for volunteering. All right. I'm going to go back. I don't know how I get back to the screen. How do we go back to tab, alt tab? Okay. Sorry. I'm going to get us out of this. Any other comments, questions, concerns? Okay, let's move on. All right. And I have a motion to accept the board's quarterly self-evaluation, or is there a motion? I'm going to go with a new one. I've got a motion to approve by Ms. Lindner and a second by Ms. Mendoza. If there's no further discussion, please vote.
I vote yes.
Thank you.
I also vote yes.
Thank you. Oh, I have to vote. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. The motion passes. Do I have a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda by consensus? I have a motion by Ms. Flowers and a second by Ms. Mendoza. Is there any discussion on this side? I know, I'm looking over here. Anybody? I'm going to look over there. No, anybody over here? Anybody over here? Rolando?
Just
Go
one,
ahead. Yes,
just
sir.
one comment. My tablet doesn't have charge, but I'm glad that we're going to be able to approve the barn for Northeast feeder pattern. So great news in addition to the fact that there's no DNF schools this year. So Northeast, you're looking good this year. Thanks so much. North Forest, sorry.
Okay, anything from Mr. Campo or Ms. Arnold on the consent agenda? Anybody else? Okay, all right, then please vote.
I vote yes.
Thank you.
I also vote yes.
Thank you. Okay, 9 in favor, 0 opposed, motion passes. All right. Our last item, does anybody, before we get there, do we need a break or we're good? Good? Keep going? Everybody? Okay. All right. Sir, the floor is yours. You're going to do a defined autonomy presentation for us? Okay. We're dwindling.
Reading the room.
We have done the pre-read. We're good. We do have a closed session.
Okay.
So, Madam President, are we ready?
Yes, sir.
Madam President, members of the board, staff, remaining community members. I'll try to be fast because we've actually touched on this quite a bit tonight already, and it's not the first time we've talked about this. But defined autonomy, when we started a year ago, we were going to introduce and start to think about it this coming year. As a result of some of the angst of whether NES would impact other schools, I decided to move it forward a little bit in timeline. Because the problem we were trying to solve is this right here. How to allow for flexibility and innovation at high-performing campuses, and because we have a number of them. I think we had about 85 at the time, or 80 A and B schools. Now we have 120 or so. But at the time, how do we allow them to have flexibility and innovation, not impact their programming, and still move a lot of other schools in a rigorous way to get out of DNF status? That was the challenge. And obviously, even the discussion tonight, you see how nuanced that can be. And so we decided to put it in writing. And the first thing to note is that we are still one district. We may have some differences in capacity and instruction and achievement in different parts, but we are one district, and as the board has pointed out tonight, we have kids who are struggling in every campus, or almost every campus. And so we still need to have things that cut across all schools. And these are the things that cut across all schools, as you see. And the thing to point out is that focus on instruction. Obviously, the school calendar, of course, district-wide assessments like NWA and STAR, compliance things, of course, SPED compliance issues, yes, and instruction. This briefly, not this year, prior to this year, are the magnet schools, SUS schools, school-wide program schools, school within a school, and non-magnet. So you can see that we couldn't build a defined autonomy program based just on their magnet status, because we had a lot of magnet schools with D and F ratings. So you couldn't say, well, just because you're magnet, you get this level of autonomy. Mm-hmm. So we decided to do it on the A through F rating, which is the best proxy for accountability and achievement, at least at this time. So we come up with four levels of autonomy. The SUS schools are the only group that's separate from everybody else because they have no zone kids. And as you can see here, the SUS schools don't have any DNF campuses. Mm-hmm. Everybody else is level 3, level 2, or level 1. Level 1 is NES. Level 3 is your A and B campuses, and level 2 are C, and any D-rated campuses that are not NES. We have a handful. We have no F campuses that are not NES. So quickly, I'm not going to read this to you. You have the pre-read. But what this says is if you're level 3 autonomy, A and B, we don't want to change your program. IB, Montessori, performance arts, project-based learning. We're going to maintain that for you, support you in doing that. And we're not dictating curriculum. We've already had some discussion about that tonight for the school. The kids are still struggling. But for the most part, A and B campuses choose their curriculum. And at this point in time, they don't even have to choose a vetted curriculum. So that's the autonomy that they have. I know people are wincing about that. But remember, we're gonna try to make sure that if there are gaps in achievement for underserved kids, that they take action in their action plan. The budget is theirs. Instructional delivery model can be Montessori, can be direct instruction, differentiated instruction. I mean, it could be NES for all. That's one of the options out there. I mean. Now, the district professional development, we're dividing those days in half. Half belong to the district, half belong to the school. Master schedule is theirs. Staffing is theirs. Like I said, they can have a testing quota. We had one of the schools we went to today, 720 kids or 750 kids, only 2 APs. That's a choice that they're making. That's their staffing. Some schools have, there was a school last year, 300 kids, they had 4 APs. That's a choice. Teacher eval, though, is one teacher eval and one principal eval. And then principal compensation is tied to the evaluation. This next one, engagement with vendors and/or purchase services, they have a lot of room to do that. The only thing we're not allowing is vendors on the field, which is we don't allow vendors to coach our teachers on how to instruct well, because there's no vendor out there that can do it better than we can do it, number one. And then why do we have jobs and instructional leaders if we're going to pay somebody else to do it? We might as well hire them as principals or EDs. But after-school programming for curricula, specialty programs like you need somebody to train you on Montessori, that's okay. And then the testing calendars, there's one testing calendar, but there's lots of exceptions for that, for A and B schools. And we did the same thing last year. So if your AP exam has to be on this week, if your IB exams have to be this week, we're going to let you do that, even if it conflicts with NWA or STAR. Well, not STAR, because STAR takes precedent over all the exams. But so that's their autonomy. 2 other things. This is what I was talking about. You see this. This doesn't change your autonomy. It changes your action plan, though. So SPED compliance, of course, it's something you have to do. If you are out of compliance, we're going to direct you to be in compliance. That's not a choice. That's a legal requirement anyway. And then minority achievement gap. And I know what you're going to say, that gap is too large, but we're just level setting right now, and then we're going to close that. And we will give you data after the NWA to see, which schools have the largest gaps. Now, the last couple slides are these, meaning these are the specific things that cause some angst or confusion that we want schools to have autonomy over. So this is a working document, it's a breathing document. It has 12 things right now, but it may grow. So for example, keeping doors open. Well, if you're in an A and B school, you set your own policy on that. Now, we also comply with the fire code, so if your doors are fire doors or you don't have a sprinkler system, then you keep your doors closed. Restroom procedures. This was always confusing. It was never meant to be confusing, but because it was in writing, some people got overzealous. So you have autonomy unless you're NES. And even if you're NES, you have autonomy if you're a high school on restrooms. MR strategy, you have autonomy. And let me explain this, because right now, this has always been the case. You're going to have principals in the A and B schools and in the C schools that are going to go and coach their teachers and say, you got to use engagement strategy. And that teacher's going to use a parent chair. And then somebody out here is going to say, well, you lied. They don't have autonomy. It's like, no. Principals use an engagement strategy. Same thing with the curriculum. I just told you they had autonomy over curriculum. But there's already, last year there were 50 schools, non-NES, at least 50, that were using the curriculum. And so this year too, already we've seen this week, non-NAS schools using the curriculum, the NAS curriculum, but they're doing it on their own. I actually told the principal, I don't want anybody to say that I arm twisted you to use the curriculum. I'm not. You can use whatever curriculum you want. So the same thing goes with MRS strategies. Field trips and assemblies are here. The dress code, of course, is autonomous. Oops. Discipline procedures. The NES orbit has certain discipline procedures, but high schools and all other schools can have their own discipline, whether it's positive behavior support, which some schools use, restorative justice, some schools use, that's okay, whatever you have. Library use and procedures, that's autonomous for all schools except NES. Almost every NES school, by the way, has a library with books. In fact, I think in all 10 schools I was in this week, I think they all had a library with books, nice libraries. They don't have librarians, that's true, in the NES orbit. Any other school could have a librarian. That's a choice in their staffing. So it's interesting to me that why don't we have 136 non-NES librarians? We don't, because it's a choice that people are making. Use of cell phones is a district-wide policy, meaning there is no autonomy there. Holiday celebrations, we'll have limited autonomy for all schools, but we'll put some guidance out. Like, there can be celebrations, but Halloween, we're not, it's still an instructional day. You can celebrate maybe the last 30 minutes of school or something. Extended school day hours. There was some confusion around this. Only NES have a longer day. They open at 6:30 and they close an hour after the end of the instructional day. The other schools can do they have their own start and end time, or the start and end time because of bus. But if your school's supposed to open up at 8, you can open up your doors at 7:50 if that's what you want to do. In the NES orbit, you have to open the doors at 6:30. And then finally, early release during finals. This was a point of contention, and we're going to keep it this way. So there's no autonomy there. However, schools can change their schedule to allow for kids to be in the library or study hall or things like that. And then finally, class size and leveling. We're going to put out guidance for the CA, level 2 and level 3 schools and 4, but they can level the way they want. Leveling is where you move kids together. If there's too small, you don't get the enrollment, so you combine classes. And if you want to have a class of 30, that's up to you. We recommend no more than 28 in a class once we level. Right now, if you go to schools, there's small classes, there's large classes, and people are already balancing those classes, and some are waiting for the dust to settle. We were in school today with 30 kids in the 6th grade classroom. But they're waiting to see how many more kids they get, and then they'll add a teacher. So it's a little bit mixed right now. Leveling will happen in another week or 2 weeks. All right, that's it. Questions about defined autonomy?
Angie, I've got a question.
No, I understand.
You're good? Okay. Can I ask a question about the day and extended day options for NES schools? Can you just clarify, are they able to provide extended day, like, I know my kid's been in extended day since kindergarten. Do they have that option to provide that? And is that decided by the principal?
So as far as in forcing kids to come?
No, not forcing. So an available option for after-school care that's beyond the 1 hour after school.
Yes, they can do that.
Okay.
If they want. Yeah. Yes.
And that's a decision by the
yes.
principal?
That's a decision by the principal. But yeah, we just require 1 hour after the end of instruction for the doors will close 1 hour, but some will go to 5:30 or 6 even.
Okay,
That's
thank you. Any other questions? Anybody? Ms. Linder? Did you have a question? Okay. Anybody over here? No? Mr. Campo, Ms. Arnold, anything? No? Okay. Thank you again. That was very informative. Okay, at this time, the board will recess to close session under Chapter 551 of Texas Government Code, Open Meetings Act, subsections 551.004 through 551.089. Should board final action, vote, or decision on any matter considered in the closed session be required, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken at the open meeting covered by this notice upon the reconvening of this public meeting or at a subsequent public meeting of the board upon notice thereof. The board has recessed to closed session at 9:44 p.m. on August 15, 2024. right, we are back, reconvened in open session at 10:24 PM. Are there any motions coming out of closed session? Okay. Motions.
Yes. I move that the board approves the closed session personnel agenda, including specifically that the board approves proposed terminations, non-renewals of continuing term, performance, and probationary contracts, and authorize the superintendent or designee to provide notice of same. That the board approves suspensions without pay for continuing term and probationary contracts, and authorize the superintendent or designee to provide notice of same. That the board voids continuing term, performance, and probationary contracts, and authorize the superintendent or designee to provide notice of same. That the board approves withdrawals of contract recommendations, and that the board approves issuance of final orders on contract terminations and non-renewals as discussed in closed session effective August 16th, 2024.
I have a
Wait,
motion.
15th? I think this is I'm sorry, I read the wrong date. Effective the 16th or the 15th? Tomorrow, effective tomorrow, pardon me. Yeah, so 16th is correct. Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion by Ms. Garza Lindner and a second by Ms. Lamont Flowers. Is there any discussion? No? Okay, please vote.
I vote yes.
Thank you. And I don't believe Mr. Campo has made it in? Okay. Okay. We're good? Is he just joined? Can we take his vote if he's joined? Okay, 8 in favor, 1 absent. The motion passes. Okay, now we are, no other motions, so let's hear from board members if you have anything this evening. Ms. Bandy, nothing. Ms. Lindner, nothing. Ms. Flowers, nothing. Thank you. Nothing from me. Mr. Martinez?
I'll be brief. I had the opportunity to visit 3 Sunrise Centers this past week, Mission Milby, Buckner, and Baker Ripley. It was a great event. There's a demand in our community. There's a lot of needs, but it's obvious. And Ms. Paula joined me, and a couple of them. It's obvious that the Sunrise Centers offer a level of resources that cannot be duplicated on campuses. It's very clear based on the conversations we've had with parents, with the directors or the individuals leading the centers. But it's also clear that there's some resources are still occurring on our campuses as well because they partner with those schools as well. So that was good to see. And I think families were just excited. I will say this, that I actually took the time to ask questions about their experiences over the last year. And for many of them, actually from almost every single one of them, they said it was okay. One comment in particular said, it was a change, but change isn't always bad. Like our kids got used to it. We get used to it. We'll make it work. And so it was an opportunity for me to hear and listen because we talk about engaging with community members that aren't always able to come here and access us regularly. So it was good to be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mendoza?
Yes, I almost forgot about the Sunrise Centers and graduation, which was awesome. That's one of the best things I think we can do and participate in is graduation. And I agree with you in the Sunrise Centers, since we know that the wraparound specialists are important to our community to understand what the Sunrise Centers are doing and how they're still serving our communities and our students. So thank you for reminding me of that. Excited, I was able to visit 7 schools this week, and it was incredible. I learned a lot and was able to kind of look at last year's first day of school or first week of school and look at how they were so prepared in the NES schools to just get started on the first day. And I looked at my watch one morning, it was 10, and I said, and the kids are already learning. I mean, it was an incredible thing. The Clifton Middle School, the change was remarkable. One of the things that was very special to me, I know the Hilliard Elementary School, I know that area of town. I spent a lot of time in that area growing up, and to see the school, to see the excitement, to know the level of change in that school and in that feeder pattern, it's amazing. And to see the principals and the teachers with the same excitement, it was overwhelmingly positive. And then I didn't get to go to Wainwright, but I do want to go there because I've seen the level or heard the level of change there, and I did go there last year. And as the principal last year was saying, we're going to do better, we're going to get better, I know it, I promise it, and look what they did. And so I'm going to go out there and visit that. But the other thing that we did talk a little bit about today, which I think was very key, and I was able to see for myself, was the level of support. And I've given the division superintendents a lot of credit, but even being in the school and seeing them interact with the principals and the assistant principals, and knowing and seeing the support that they're providing, it is just overwhelmingly incredible because they can just look and they know their schools, they know their staff. And I was asking everybody questions. The EDs, I was asking questions, and they were just right on spot, and they were just prepared to answer and let me know and what I was asking for. So I think for me, the culture was so welcoming, so warming, and nothing better than seeing those kids in those chairs, raising their hands. Some of them were standing up and answering. I saw a lot of young ladies answering, so I thought the leadership there, I loved it. But for me, it was a very wonderful week to be able to participate and see that change from last year. So.
Thank you. Mr. Ravon, anything?
Yeah, I'll just say the same on both parts. I think my last couple of weeks have been a great start to school. So it's like a welcome back for all the students and teachers and administrators. Everybody seems ready to go, which is always exciting when you know that you've prepared and you've done what you need to do to get ready. So I look forward to continuing to visit schools, look forward to visiting and seeing kind of the growth that we do with the CTE centers. I did get a chance to go to Barbara Jordan, which was great, and that was very illuminating as far as how much work we need to do to continue to enhance Barbara Jordan, and then why and what we need to do for the other CTE centers that we'll have the opportunity to create. And so thanks again for just allowing us to really get boots on the ground, and I'm excited about the new year to come.
Thank you. Mr. Campo or Ms. Arnold, anything this evening?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I want to also mention that I had the pleasure of attending summer convocation with board members Mendoza and Yvonne. And as Board Member Mendoza mentioned, that is such a wonderful experience. And it is always exciting to see the sort of tapestry of school colors that we don't always see at the individual graduations. And of course, it's exciting to see the students graduating just before the school year officially begins. I also had the opportunity to attend an elementary school visit on the first day of school before I came out west for some meetings. And thank you to the superintendent for the invitation and the opportunity. One thing that I wanted to mention to the group that I observed that I thought was just incredible is the integration of timers into the smart boards, which is something that I immediately noticed as a difference over last year. I know that timers were a pain point for some. And as I was at the elementary school, I noticed that the timers were now a part of the smart board. It was part of a lesson. And so, Superintendent, I certainly want to give kudos to you and your team for making that happen. I can imagine that was an incredible amount of work. and it appears to have paid off because it really is a wonderful, seamless transition seems for the teacher and for the students. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Campo, anything?
I just want to say thank you for starting, great start to school, especially for my grandson who has had a great week so far, and he's doing well, and I appreciate all the support he's getting. So thanks, and great job with all these numbers and all the things we've been talking about. Thanks.
And for all the parents, I think we're all happy to have the kids back in school, so thanks for taking them. I think that concludes our work for tonight, so we will conclude at 10:35 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.